A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the HCL Squash PSA Challenger Tour Mumbai edition. At HCL, we believe in the power of sport, not just as a game, but as a platform that inspires discipline, resilience, and excellence. Over the years, HCL has been proud to have partnered with the Squash Rackets Federation of India, the SRFI, to build champions for India and to nurture the homegrown talent here. After a spectacular showdown in Chennai, we now shift our focus to the financial capital, the gateway to the East, and Bollywood. It's time for the Mumbai edition of the HCL Squash PSA Challenger Tour 2026. We are here for the quarterfinals at the iconic Juhu Ville Parle Gymkhana Club. Over the last 2 days, 48 elite players from 15 different nations have battled it out, vying for pride, for glory, and of course those crucial world ranking points. Now, the competition narrows as only 8 of the best remain for the quarterfinals of the men and women category. Before we move on, let's take a look at the thrilling action from day 1 and day 2 of the HCL Squash PSA Challenger Tour Mumbai. Well, those were some breathtaking shots, and trust me, the intensity only ramps up from here. Let's have a look at whom we have lined up for the quarterfinals today. At 12 noon, the first match of the day, it will be Salah Al Togman from Canada, who's going to take on Mohammad Siafik Kamal from Malaysia. First of the women's match at 12:45 p.m., it's going to be Shamina Riaz, who had an upset yesterday against Hayley Ward, takes on Akari Midorikawa from Japan. 1:30 p.m., we have Ziad Ibrahim from Egypt taking on Om Semwal from India. 2:15, we've got Zofu, who's going to take on Tanvi Khanna, seeded number 3 on this tour. 3 p.m. then, we've got Yasin Shodi from Egypt, who's going to take on Tomokata Endo from Japan. 3:45, we've got Noor Khafagi from Egypt, who's going to take on Malak Fati from the same Egyptian, who's ranked number 5 on this tour. 4:30 p.m., we've got the all-important encounter between Abdullah Hafiz from Egypt, ranked number 4, who's going to take on Welvan Senthil Kumar from India, ranked number 1 on this tour. Last of the matches from the women's category, we've got Riza Sugimoto from Japan, who's going to take on Farida Walid from Egypt, who's seeded number 2 as well. This prestigious tournament is hosted in partnership with the Squash Rackets Federation of India, the SRFI, with support from the Sports Authority of India and the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports. I also wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our partners, the JVPG Club, the Maharashtra Squash Rackets Association, and of course Monkey Ice, Portable Instant Ice Pack. You can watch all the action live on the HCL Enterprise and India Squash's YouTube channel. Let the games begin. Over to our commentator Suraj for live action.
Well, thank you so much, Vansh, for that wonderful intro. It got us all G'd up, and good afternoon and welcome to Mumbai, where we have reached what is in many ways the defining day of the tournament. It is quarterfinals time. The draw has done its job. The opening rounds have asked all the questions they've needed to ask, and now we are left with 16 players, 8 men and 8 women, all standing within touching distance of a semi-finals clash. Well, it's a stage that feels very, very different, not because the court changes, not because the ball behaves any differently, because psychology really does play a huge part in it. Everyone who's walked through the opening rounds has already proved that they belong here, and now it's all about something else entirely. Can you back it up? Can you produce your best squash when the finish line starts to come into view? Well, this is the lineup today. As my colleague Vansh mentioned before, an action-packed lineup coming to you live from Mumbai. 4 men's quarterfinals and 4 women's quarterfinals to take you through what would be a very, very interesting day here. Tomorrow will be semi-finals day, as these players will be looking to go one step further and book their spot in the semi-finals. First game up is Salah Al Togman from Canada taking out Mohammad Siafiq Kamal from Malaysia, as both sets of players will go through their final warm-ups, and we will be ready for the start of the quarterfinals of the HCL Squash PSA Challenger Tour Mumbai. Well, the fascinating thing about the quarterfinal day is this is often where the tournament truly reveals its real story. The opening rounds are full of expectations, but today the expectations has largely disappeared, and what left today is just opportunities. Some players have come through exactly as the seedings predicted. Others have already had to survive difficult tests just to reach this point, but none of that buys you anything this afternoon. Every match, that's a love all. That's what makes squash so compelling at this stage, that there's nowhere to hide. There's no clock to run down, no teammate to lean on, no tactical timeouts. However long these matches last, every decision, every movement, and every shot selection belongs entirely to the 2 players inside that glass court. This is why the quarterfinals can often produce the highest quality squash of the week. The nerves of earlier rounds have disappeared. The body is still relatively fresh. There's no the conditions now. They understand how the court is playing. Practically, they've had a chance to study their opponents. So don't be surprised if today's matches become a game of adjustments and a real tactical battle. Not just who hits those better winners, but who recognizes patterns first, who notices when a length starts drifting short, who identifies a backhand that's beginning to break down, who has the patience to stay within themselves. The temptation is to, of course, force the issue. So today we'll be bringing you 4 men's quarterfinals and 4 women's quarterfinals, each with their own storyline, each carrying the same prize, a place in the final 4. At this level, this means more than just another match tomorrow. It means valuable PSA ranking points. Of course, it means momentum, and for many players, it means another step towards establishing themselves on the international circuit. Representations from 15 countries to start off this tour, and now we are whittled down to the business end. It's the quarterfinals time. Salah Al Togman in his black kit here, in all black, representing Canada, and Mohammad Siafiq Kamal, lefty, the blue top, representing Malaysia. By the end of today, we will have once again, we'll be whittled down to only 4 men and 4 women that will be standing after today's quarterfinal clashes. Everyone else, the journey will end here, and that's what makes these quarterfinals day such compelling viewing. The quality rises, the pressure, of course, rises, and very often so does the drama. So, welcome along to the HCL PSA Challenger Tour in Mumbai. Let's get ready for some outstanding afternoon of top quality squash.
HCL Squash PSA Challenger Mumbai 2026. Quarterfinal match. Mohammad Sadiq Kamal, Malaysia serve. Salam Al-Jafar from Canada received 5 games. Level.
And here we go. Out of the first point. Finals begin here. And everybody waits. We will be accelerating. That's there to get them on the wall. He very little time to react on it. So work there from Shafiq Kamal. Good players. Quarterfinal succeeded. They allow to play game. Really, really competition. That's there. Starting it out. Play. This is a backhand advantage and tightly at the time that over the chin and start the accumulation. This is Mohammad Shafiq Kamal. Was in India recently for the Squash World Cup in India. Malaysia. Conditions. These countries around the India. We are starting up with the HCL Squash PSA Challenger Tour in Mumbai as the biggest touch. Very good rally this one point. Good touching distance and he puts the era and completes those points in the quarterfinals. Backhands there by Shafiq Kamal. Yes, not really moving forward. He's just moving forward on that tee. Go out there. Really well double shots on the defense in Malaysia. Going to tempo. Defense is really good and he forces the error. To the point there, Shafiq Kamal establishes a 2-point lead. Difficult time for Alal Chogman. So far in such a position. He wasn't his way there. I think at a point. Alal that he moved the blaze position, but not really good paper. Because it really Kamal gets the point.
Now, 2 point.
He didn't touch the distance, but the big point here. The country two or the defensive goal here from Kamal. High quality shots here, the Malaysian
6-2.
steamrolled the Canadian in the first game. Lovely get there. Try the finishing touches and it works this time.
3-6.
He stepped down. He shot to set it up and then backhand winner there. Look at the wrist. Really go after this one. He's and then he nails that backhand. This is backhand squad. He's dominating the early proceedings, but he's really putting on a show here. Doing this for the Canadian fella. Very good goal already. Made any mistakes in the first game so far. The arrow quality squash. Again. Do it there from Kamal. To open up with the backhand, right idea. Actually, the board there, but side stuff there again. The chin. Very patient stuff, and he tries to lift that over. Well, the Frogman having a spell here. Down 2 points here. Game. Either one of those points down. He established the lead. Big point and really changed the complexion of the first game. Captain Kamal was just racing away to a unassailable lead. Round will be replayed there. Both athletes putting on the effort here in the first game. They know that we set the tempo. On that occasion, pinned on that side, would get there from Togman. Oh, brilliant winner there. He gets the applause from his opponent. That's how good a shot that was from Salah Togman. A perfect angle on that. Kamal powerless to stop it, and now within one. Terrific stuff in terms of how interesting this game has been already. Momentum change already, and these games changes very, very swiftly.
Now, 6.
Oh, what a shot that is from Togman. What a brilliant forehand. That draws yet another bit of applause from his opponent. Exquisite touch. Opens up the racket and just guides that forehand just over the tin. Then one again. It's just brilliant stuff. This Salah Togman, the way that he has come back into this contest, really needs to be studied. He's been very precise. Calmness that is exuded in his game, very much on display. Kamal feel that he's under pressure. He needed that shot. It's a shot that relieves a bit of pressure and opens up a 2-point lead. Shafiq Kamal now 2 points away from taking this first game. Talk about setting the tone in the quarterfinals day of the HCL Squash PSA Challenger Tour Mumbai. And it was really brought in a competitive game to start off with, as Mohammad Shafiq Kamal has got 3 game points to wrap up the first one. We need to work hard, open up the lead, and then Salah Al Togman comes racing back. And we can wrap it up here though. The backhand just about stays over the tin. Bit of a chance there, Al Togman. Looks to pick that up. He picks it up beautifully. Al Togman tries to receive that. Just about stays in. The rally's still in play. Incredible stuff. Best rallies of the match so far as go the distance. Down the line. A lot of power. Used. Where the tempo will be increased here as both players trying to control the tee. Great pick up there from Kamal. Really have to go off with this one. Now it's a magnificent point. And it's Mohammad Shafiq Kamal who takes the first game 11-7. Malaysian comes out red hot. Salah Al Togman now has to fight from behind. Brilliant first game, and what a start for the finals day at the HCL Squash PSA Challenger Tour Mumbai. Game number 2 begins. Mohammad Shafiq Kamal looking to just extend his advantage, and that's a very nice backhand. Changes the direction quickly, and now what Salah Al Togman cannot afford to do is to see Mohammad Shafiq Kamal can push away with an unassailable lead in the early stages. Al Togman did really well to stay within touching distance, but proving to be far too much. I think Al Togman just makes that movement into the Malaysian on that occasion. Point will be replayed, but Shafiq Kamal knows that he has started this very well. Oh, great get there. Standing squash on display already. These two have certainly set the tempo as Shafiq Kamal's forehand crashes against the board. Great pickup there. Now looks to open up, try and get the rally done as Shafiq Kamal has been hit back with a couple of excellent points by the Canadian, showcasing his ability to withstand a lot of pressure. come from behind. Gene has to be in place because you're up against some higher quality opponents that I haven't really seen in the early stages so far, but in the quarterfinals and those stages forward, when you're up against some real solid opponents. Al Tugman being put through his paces, opens up a lovely forehand there. And controlling the tee right in the center, opens up that forehand perfectly placed. Backhand is unopposed. Al Tugman now, he's opened up a 2-point lead. Good response after dropping the first game.
Yeah.
Grip on it. Bit of a collision there. I don't think Safi Kama was going to get there. Tugman back in this contest here, and now he's opened up a 3-point lead. Not so fair, but the backhand was tremendously played. I'm going to kind of end the point quickly. Tugman with some really good defense. Terrific rally this. We start to understand each other's game a lot better now. You see a bit more anticipation in play. Backhand goes cross court. I'm to really get that. Standing play, lovely open up on the backhand. This is an egregious rally, really. With the forehand, just lacking a bit of intent there from Shafi Kamal, almost looking to double bluff Al Tugman. 2-point advantage now for the Canadian. Going exactly according to plan here. Shafi Kamal has lost his bearings in this game. The second game. Off balance, Al Tugman has really stepped it up here. An unbelievable brand of squash, and the way that he just flipped his momentum around. Shafi Kamal in the heat now. Pouring down with rain in Mumbai, but players having to weather the storm to get to the arena. Now they can just focus on the task at hand and trying to book their spot in the semi-finals. Very easily end up seeing which one going the distance. Tugman took the first game in commanding fashion, and Al Tugman really come out firing here, and he's just taken no prisoners. He took the lead, and since then he's just continued to open it up. Shafi Kamal finding it difficult to adjust now. Tugman looking to add the finishing touches to what has been a dominant second game. Brilliant. Look at the control here. It's now Shafi Kamal who's doing all the chasing. He'll get there off balance. Fantastic defense on show, and Shafi Kamal just plays a nonchalant shot. Beautifully done there, and it was a terrific rally, really. Kamal stays in it. He knows knows that he's running out of lives here in this second game as Togman again just finding the angle. That is a quick response from Salah Al Togman in terms of dropping the first game and coming out firing in the second. Lost 7-11 in the first one, but he comes up firing 11-4.
Fine, I will try short.
5 rather, as we're all level. The first quarter final, and this is delivering as a real spectacle now. Nothing to separate these two. Traffic Kamal had an early advantage of his. Might have started thinking about the semi-finals already, but now he knows that he's in a real battle now. Lala talking taking wonderful squash since then. Good touch. Kamal has held his ground. Bergman cannot believe it, but got to go with the from that situation. Traffic Kamal having played the shot, stood his ground. Lovely shot. And you can see there's Shafiq Kamal. There's nowhere to go. Doesn't make any sort of motion forward or backwards. So no good chance to Salah Al Togman to try and get there. And the Asian now will be looking to just open up a bit of a lead here. And probably in the game number two, where it just felt like all the makings of a match that will go the distance. I'd be surprised if we see that happening in the quarterfinal stage. The players are primed to go the distance, but their bodies are still fresh. Gone through the battle scars, but they finish the quarterfinals, enter the semis, and those battle scars will be showing inside. Wonderful start to the quarterfinals day here. Both players are giving it their absolute all. A fantastic match. Kamal going at 4-3 to establish the advantage of his. And cross-court on that occasion. Low. Took his spot there and he nails that forehand. Maybe loose defense there from Salah Al Togman, just lobbing it up and pretty much at the mercy of the Malaysian. That become an entry point. He now has a 3-point advantage. Very, very valuable. What a pickup that is, but Shafiq Kamal feels that he's gone after the ball is bounced and the ref concurs. The advantage now, Shafiq Kamal putting the disappointment of the previous team behind and wonderful squash here. Salah Togman now having to do a bit of backpedaling in terms of trying to regain his shape. Difficult out there. Backhand has needed a bit of change of direction. Play here, but then you can expect the rally tempo to just accelerate up at the moment. See what we've seen here is Shafiq Kamal making the distances, keeping that depth going. Togman is deep in the court, we're trying to get there first. Not supposed to go for Togman. Kamal is just winning the point. Top shot. Great grip on that forehand. Salah Togman tries to keep it in play, it doesn't, and Shafiq Kamal opens up on a 5-point lead here. Try the finishing touches. We gain a 2-1 advantage. The depth of his shots that's asking so many questions of Salah Al Togman. He's not able to adjust in time. A lot of shots that is testing the depth perception of Salah Al Togman. To respond in real quick time, and that's much better. Really good forehand there from the Canadian. Stops the stem of points. Still a 4-point advantage though, and a forehand that should have Each game has been competitive in its own right. Mohammad Shafi Kamal, man from Malaysia, is putting on a really good show in the quarterfinals. He can almost reach out and touch a spot in the semis in the final four. We've got some real heavy hitters. Got the number one seed relevant Senthil Kumar. Yasin Shodi is a top player from Egypt. They'll be sizing each other up, watching each other's games while focusing on their own warm ups. Safi Kamal looks to add the finishing touches to what has been an excellent game, but wouldn't be surprised if Salah Al Togman comes fighting back. Well, three games ticked off in real quick time. We haven't seen one go the distance yet. There have been quick finishes in the game. As Mohammad Shafi Kamal is now 11 points away from booking a spot in the semi-finals of the HCL Squash PSA Challenger Tour Mumbai. If you saw anything from this match so far, Salah Al Togman will not go down without a fight. Expect him to play a lot more of an aggressive brand of squash. This tournament live hanging in the balance. I think Al Togman has just made that movement onto the left-hand side. Now, is that enough in terms of a impediment? I don't think it is, according to the ref. Nice play there on the backhand. Has to smash that with a bit of power. Opens up so cleverly with the forehand. Beautifully done. Mohammad Shafi Kamal now feeling a whole lot like himself. That confidence coursing through his veins and that forehand just showcasing that level of confidence. Good depth on the return. Backhand is precise and quick coverage of the court, but his backhand is an unforced error. Turkman with the fist pump, he knows that every single point here is that much closer for him to stay in the tournament. And looking to quicken up the tempo, he's slightly rushed on that occasion, does nicely. Togman has made that motion as soon as Mohammad Shafi Kamal was about to pull the trigger. Point will be replayed, but I think the Canadian just gets slightly away with that one. Ooh, the backhand is an unforced error from Al Togman. He's going to try and create a bit of separation away from the Malaysian as much as possible in this game. Shafi Kamal will feel the closer it gets, he will feel that Salah Togman, this tournament life at stake. Oh, what a terrific rally that was. A critical point being played here at the Joe Gymkhana. Salah Togman plays the backhand. I think he just ends up pushing it long enough to his favor. This has been an outstanding quarterfinal in terms of sheer quality. Is there going to be a finish right here, right now? Or are we going to go to the fifth and deciding game? Mohammad Shafiq Kamal, 5 points away from booking a spot in the semi-finals. Ooh, he does collide with him. It was accidental. He's trying to get out of the way. Good sportsmanship there by both athletes. Already made his mind up, and luckily no damage was done. Point for the Canadian. Kamal remains 5 away. These 5 points do feel like a lot of points. It just feels like real distant away. Despite having done all the good work, it's critical that they try and maintain that composure. Nice backhand there, great reception. Fantastic rally. Oh, it's brilliant. Togman's asking the question here. He feels that he might have a case. Don't think he does though. Shafiq Kamal inching closer and closer to the final four. It was a brilliant rally though, keeping us on the edge of our seats. These players putting it all on the line. I was asked the question, and I think once again concurred by the officials. And now Shafiq Kamal 3 points away from booking a spot in the semis. Chogman has put up a good fight. Feels that now it's just slipping away from him. Forehand was played really well though, just over the 10. Keeps his tournament hopes alive, but it's hanging on by a thread. Going to wait just a touch on that occasion. Stuff this from both, and now the tempo increases. Lovely pick up. Oh, wonderful backhand. That is an outrageous get there from El Togman. Somehow keeps the point alive. What a rally this is. Oh my goodness me, it's still on. This is outrageous stuff. Can he look to apply the finishing touches? He smashes it. It comes back with interest. Oh, fantastic defense. What an end to the point. Mohammad Shafiq Kamal, I think that is the point that breaks the Canadians back. He tried everything to try and stay in the point. Shafiq Kamal picks up that all important point, which means he's 2 away from the final four. That was one of the best rallies you will see. Don't be surprised, it won't be the last. The HCL PSA Challenger Tour India, the Mumbai edition, has thrown up some top games already, and it's only going to get better from here. Shafiq Kamal within touching distance now. Salah Togman wants that bit of clarity as Yafi Kamal has got 3 match points. Togman is hanging on. Seen this throughout the quarterfinal, despite the highly competitive nature. Sportsmanship has been observed by both athletes, and that's always top to see. 2 match points to be saved here for the Canadian. Opens up a decent forehand. Looks to rip that backhand nicely. The first men's quarterfinals as a spectacle has delivered as Safi Kamal looks to add the finishing touches to what has been a masterful quarterfinals from him. Up against the Canadian who's given him a real game. Safi Kamal just getting those big points in his way. His defense has been elite. Shot selection has been tremendous throughout. Great get there. These guys have shown unreal defense. Trying to really stretch. Whips that forehand with power. And a nonchalant backhand. Almost looking to dictate the tempo. He's going to be under pressure here. Great stretch. Oh, terrific over the backhand. Hits the tin. And that will be that. Mohammad Siafiq Kamal books his spot in the semi-finals. And he's done it in 4. Salah El Togman has put in a good performance, a very good shift. Unfortunately, powerless to stop the barrage as Mohammad Shafiq Kamal applies the finishing touches to an excellent performance. And he will be in the semi-finals of the HCL Squash PSA Challenger Tour Mumbai. Shafiq Kamal wraps up the quarterfinal against the Canadian in 4, 11-7, 6-11, 11-5, and 11-8. As we take you through some of the highlights, or was a convincing performance from the Malaysian. Do stay tuned for more live action as the quarterfinals day continues. 1 down, 7 to go. Well, we're back underway with the HCL Squash PSA Challenger Tour, Mumbai edition. With one quarterfinal in the bag already. Mohammad Shafi Kamal putting on a really good display against the Canadian Salah Eltogman. And now it's time for the women to show up. Shamina Riaz taking on Akari Midori Kawa from Japan. And this should be a very interesting clash as these two have gone up against each other in the past and have an opportunity to run it back here. Akari Midori Kawa will start as the slight favorite heading into this one. Well, Shamina Riaz will know what she's up against. Highly motivated, highly athletic, and elastic athlete in Akari Midori Kawa. She's known for these long rallies and she will punish you on the squash court if you cannot match her physicality and intensity. Shamina Riaz will know what she's up against. Very good performance yesterday, and now an opportunity to build on that, continue that good form. And she'll know she'll be up against it as it's India versus Japan. Shamina Riaz taking on Akari Midorikawa. And we're off and running. Akari Midorikawa to serve. The blue and white, and Shamina Riaz in the green jersey as Akari Midorikawa looked to just dominate proceedings in the early stages. It's a very aggressive brand of squash. I've seen Akari Midorikawa on tour here at the HCL Squash PSA India Challenger Tours. Intensity levels really get through the roof once you reach the latter stages. Shamina Riaz stems the flow here, picks up her first point of the quarterfinals. Lovely rip backhand there from Riaz. Morikawa opens up the forehand. Great rally this. Back to back points for the Indian. Well, we got Vansh on the sidelines with Mohammad Shafiq Kamal. He's got the interview going. Vansh, over to you.
because it's a big day?
I'll be just resting today. I try to not thinking about squash for the rest of the day, and then I come again, eat well, sleep well, and then come again to prepare tomorrow.
Congratulations on the victory today and all the best for tomorrow's semis as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Well,
There's my colleague Vansh Chawla with the winner Mohammad Shafiq Kamal. Very composed in his post-match interview, talked about how he does not want to think about squash for the rest of the day. And he got the job done. Come back tomorrow refreshed, re-energized, and ready to go for the semi-finals. As this quarter-final clash between Mina Riaz and Akari Midorikawa is really starting to cook now. We're reaching the boiling point of the first game. Nothing to separate the two. Fantastic game, really. Matched each other. Mina Riaz, that would have been her first objective. She knows the task at hand against the Japanese athlete. What she cannot afford to do is allow Akari to open up a lead. Mina Riaz does have the reach advantage, but you will see some outrageous defense from Midorikawa, but unable to play that. So Mina Riaz, it's her nose in front here. Crucial point that. It's a nice looking forehand. Patience being exercised early on in the point, and then I think the point, yes, it has gone to the Indian. Nicely done. Midorikawa just caught by surprise there. Mina Riaz is mixing her game up really, really well here, and now she's just 3 points away from taking the first game of the quarterfinals. Look at that from Midorikawa. Outstanding defense. Talked about her elasticity. I was not joking, guys. I mean, it is unbelievable to see it live. Just leave you almost wondering how it is even possible not just to play those kind of defensive shots, but to recover in time to get to the next. Mina Riaz's physical brand of squash paying dividends here. That's a deft touch there, delicately played backhand. Riaz now 2 points away. And Midorikawa is not able to get to those. Just know that that is a quality shot from Samina Riaz. Backhand played with a lot of ferocity there. Midorikawa not able to get that accuracy going, but Riaz now with 4 game points. This has been outstanding from the Indian. This is one way to start off, as the forehand just about keeps Midorikawa in this. Oh, great pickup there. Midorikawa is convinced that ball might have bounced. She went full clip and A for effort, really. Midorikawa, though, not letting this one go. Massive point coming up here. Mina Riaz. Looked like she had the early advantage, and now Midorikawa looking to pile on the pressure in the clutch. They put a massive point here. Because Mina Riaz takes the first, or Midorikawa comes like a freight train from behind. Ooh, the backhand does not have any sort of power on it. Tried to be delicate against the board, and 2 game points have been saved. Big moment in this match already. Oh, what a shot that is! Akari Midorikawa, stop that! Outrageous, under pressure, facing game point. She pulls out an outrageous shot. I wasn't joking when I tell you that Akari Midorikawa will leave you speechless at times. Mina Riaz, though, has to quickly recalibrate. She had 3 game points, and now she's facing real pressure. She's let it slip through her fingertips. Akari Midorikawa has come out guns blazing. The mentality on display, truly astonishing. Exercising a bit of patience. It's a risky game here. And it's Midorikawa looking to just dictate the tempo. Reaching game point from the situation that she was in just showcases an outstanding squash player. There she is, looking to add the finishing touches to what has been a sensational first game. And she gets it done. That's 5 points on the trot. And Akari Midorikawa takes the first game 12-10, having been down 7-10. Incredible stuff by the Japanese. Shamina Riaz will be very disappointed that she let the initiative slip. That could be a costly error as Akari Midorikawa registers the first game from an incredible come from behind perspective. Well, Shamina Riaz will have to shake off the disappointment of the first game. Tori Midorikawa showing incredible mental fortitude. 5 points on the trot. She was 7-10 down, and then 5 points on the bounce. Real quick time. Just completely caught Shamina Riaz by surprise, and now Akari Midorikawa, having dusted off the early cobwebs, is looking to take control of this match. Shamina Riaz did play an aggressive brand of squash, which did get her those early lead in the first game, and she needs to tap into that once again. Let's try and outwit her opponent tactically here. Quality of shot, outstanding there from Riaz. Some of the shots she has played has been it's wonderful to see the execution. It's all about whether or not she can put together a consistent run here. She's shown that she's more than capable, but Akari Midorikawa's forehand is dismissive there. 3 all. Forehand on the occasion, having to really dig deep. And is well placed, having to chase that down. Deft backhand there from the Indian. Nicely done. Some of our winners have been pleasure to watch, really, in terms of that execution. Technically, the ability to get that away from the Japanese. It's been quick points here. Second game. Dorikawa looking to open up a sizable advantage in this quarterfinal. While Shamina Riaz having to recalibrate here. Oh, brilliant forehand. Dorikawa doing really well to get there, but just a fraction too late. As I mentioned before, quick points on offer here. Really does help the winner of this game because you're doing less damage, shorter points. You want to conserve that kind of energy for semis and the finals, but you're going to have to give it your all in the quarters because if you take your eye off the ball, you're up against some really good opponents. While thinking about the semis and the finals, you might just end up back home after the quarterfinal clash. The backhand there from Shamina Riaz was there for the taking. You can see the disappointment there because the execution did not match. She had in mind there 2 point advantage here for the Japanese. Riaz having to really chase after these ones. Dorikawa now looking to just shift the tempo. The Japanese was controlling the tee and time for Riaz to maybe just switch it around here and the backhand, an unforced error. Dorikawa just looking to keep that rally going. Oh, that full stretch. All level here at 7 all. Oh, great drop shot there with the forehand. Norikawa, under all that chaos, pulls out exquisite drop shot. Riaz looks to just make that movement into the Japanese. So work in our favor. This could be a pivotal point in this match now. That's a much better drop shot. Just left it down. As Akari Midorikawa now within touching distance. Mina Riaz trying to hold on here. It's been a completely different second game here as Akari Midorikawa just ramps it up in terms of the pressure. She takes the second game 11-8. Shamina Riaz under real pressure now. But once she left the door ajar, you just knew that Akari Midorikawa would punish her, and that's exactly how it's transpired. 2-love. Akari Midorikawa, Shamina Riaz under real pressure now. Akari Midorikawa took some time to adjust, and once she did, she found her rhythm. She has put on an absolute clinic here. She was 7-7 down in the first game. 5 points on the trot meant that not just a drop in game, but a psychological blow to Shamina Riaz. And from there, Midorikawa has just continued her good work. Shamina has played some excellent squash. She's just fallen short in those clutch moments. It's critical that Riaz finds some of that rhythm and tries to put Midorikawa under a bit of pressure here, trying to stay in the tournament. Midorikawa, 11 points away from a semi-final berth. Oh, what a shot that is from Midorikawa, man. That is just sensational. Just drops down on Riaz. Thought she had time to get there, but it's the way she flattens it out. Really is a high IQ, high quality shot. Shamina Riaz, though, showcasing good footwork. Oh, can she get there? She does. Brilliant stress there from Riaz. Hammers that straight down the middle. Great get there from Midorikawa. Riaz finding her rhythm, finding her shots. Brilliant. And that's a point that'll give the Indian a lot of confidence. Oh, what a backhand that is from Midorikawa again. Catches Riaz on her heels. It's a shot of high quality. And Shamina Riaz, she knows she very much belongs on the stage, beating Hailey Ward, the South African, the number one seed yesterday. Hailey was one of the shocks of the tournament, having seen Hailey Ward play. She gets going. She's an unstoppable entity, but Shamina Riaz just played some of her best squash, but today it's just going away from her. Kari Midorikawa has been so calm on the court. She was a massive player in the Japan squad for the World Cup. Just here in Chennai, where Japan represented, and Kari Midorikawa played some really high level squash. Great pick up there. That's a much better point. That is good stuff from Riaz. Takes Midorikawa forward and then just takes the pace off. When it comes to the clutch, it's less about the shots, but more about the mentality. Can you control those moments where the pressure is turned up? Midorikawa just plays a lovely backhand. Riaz caught deep in the court. Still has the advantage though. Can she close it out this time? It's not a comfortable advantage by any means, but that unforced error from Midorikawa gives Shamina Riaz a valuable 2 point advantage. She's been close before in the first game. This is much better here. Shamina Riaz finding her rhythm. That's it. Just tap into what works. Find those angles. Needs to be on that controlling tempo. Midorikawa wanted the decision. Doesn't come. The rally continues, and the unforced error off the forehand. Midorikawa slightly distracted. And now Shamina Riaz 2 points away from taking this to the fourth. Oh, it's a risky game with the drop shots. The double bluff works, and Shamina Riaz has got 5 game points. What a match she is! What a game she has played under pressure. With the tournament life at stake, she has dug in deep and delivered here. Can she close it out though? And she adds the finishing touches. Shamina Riaz, that is some way to roar back into the contest. Having dropped the two games, she comes fighting back and takes the third 11-5. And this quarterfinal will not be finished up in straight games. This one will go to the fourth. Well played, Shamina Riaz. That was an excellent game under real pressure. Well, we're back underway here in Mumbai. And this is a fascinating watch here. Both athletes have delivered in terms of a spectacle. We head to game number four. Shamina Rea is doing really, really well in the last game to pull it back. Now it's all about trying to capitalize on that momentum. Dorikawa will not want to see game five here from the position that she was in. Considering she's 2-0 up, and when the opponent brings it to game number five, you feel that the momentum has shifted violently against you. Dorikawa started well though. 2-0 lead. Well, with two quarterfinals done, it's back to turn our attention to second men's quarterfinals between Ziad Ibrahim and Om Semwal from India. And earlier today, we've seen Mohammad Siafiq Kamal from Malaysia beat Salah Al Togman in 4 games. Very impressive performance from the Malaysian. And in the women's quarterfinals, Sakari Midori-Kawa put Shamina Riaz away in 4-2. So we have seen 2 games which have gone to 4. Yet to see a game go the distance or been swept clean with a 3-0 victory so far in the quarterfinals, and that's when the intensity really is stepped up. Ziad Ibrahim taking on Om Samwal, and action coming to you live from Mumbai. And quarterfinal action back at the HCL Squash PSA Challenger Tour Mumbai. Om Semwal in black, the lefty up against Ziad Ibrahim from Egypt. His PSA ranking is 199 for the Indian Om Semwal. Lefty style, and he's got that reach advantage about him as well. Ziad Ibrahim is a really tough prospect, though. It's unexpected style. He keeps you on your toes. Om Semal will feel that he will have to be at his really best to try and navigate what Ziad Ibrahim plans to throw at him. Ziad Ibrahim, of course, his PSA ranking very impressive at 146. His world ranking was cracking the top 100 at 95. That was in July 2025. Years gone by, and he's found himself slip through the rankings, but still remains a dangerous opponent. Semwal finding out the hard way so far. Delicate, very delicately done. Ziad Ibrahim has started this first game in sensational fashion. He's not given Om Semwal a chance here so far. The 22-year-old struggling to gather his bearings. His backhand there looks to lift that over, and it's not going according to plan for the Indians so far. It's been one-way traffic, and Ziad Ibrahim dominating proceedings here, 5-1 the score. Good pick up there from the Egyptian. That one was rushed on him, and that's a shot that'll give the Indian a bit more confidence. Good whip on that forceful shot, and then just not able to bring that back in play. Great change of direction there from Semwal. Superb forehand. Semwal, I think he was pretty much just standing his ground. Shahid Ibrahim trying to get there first, but it's been a good tempo. Quick points on offer here, and Semwal just rushing Ibrahim on that occasion. Good comeback this from the Indian. Quick finish to the point there. Ziad Ibrahim just puts that serve away quite disdainfully. Great change of direction there. Can he apply the finishing touches? Semwal could have played the forehand, decided against it. Trusting the ref's call. Oh, unforced error. Oh, I think it is. Yep, just crashed into the tin. Back-to-back points this for Semwal. Said Ibrahim's early advantage being wrapped away, and that is a clever backhand. Just steps into it. Semwal tries to lift that over. No chance as Ziad Ibrahim once again opens up a healthy enough lead. Oh, delicate. Very, very delicately done. Semwal caught deep in the court. Nowhere to go there, and roundly beaten. Prime 3 points away from taking the first. Semwal will need to step his game up here. There's Ibrahim, as mentioned before, such a difficult quantity. You just don't understand. You just can't predict. And he's caught Semwal second time really, where he's got nowhere near it. There's Ibrahim is just playing a super aggressive brand of squash, but it's his placement that's doing the job for him. Semwal is just chasing all over the court. Yeah, Ibrahim is just playing a level above here. It's just his unpredictability. Semwal just try and get some sort of a read, a pattern on it. It's just going everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Said Ibrahim. Kind of apology there from the Egyptian. Great to see the respect from him. Semwal seems a touch disappointed with that call. I think Ibrahim has nothing to complain here. He has been absolutely sensational in this first game. He takes it 11-5, and he's just been one class act in this quarterfinals. Semwal has it all to do. Try and recover from this position because Ziad Ibrahim is threatening to really run away with this one. These are quick points on offer. Some elite shot selection. The shot making was just brilliant from him. And Semwal, who's played second best, who's been chasing a lot, has to try and respond in game number two. These two have gone hammer and tongs in game number two, but much more of an even contest. Ziad Ibrahim, having taken the first game 11-5, now seen a much more of a resilient Om Semwal as Semwal looks to put the pressure on here. So much needed response from the Indian. PSA ranking 199. The drop shot is played very well. Big point there for Om Semwal. Yeah, Ibrahim can't get there first. Semwal now 3 points away from leveling things up. Good forehand, closes it immediately. Any sort of momentum shut down by Ibrahim. Egyptian looks like he's very much capable of pulling off a commanding win here, but Semwal will have to be at his very best. Great pick up there, and he cannot lift it over the tin. Level at 9 all, and that 2 point advantage evaporates. Now we're at 9 all, and this is a critical juncture here because Om Sembol, having worked so hard to get to this position, he cannot close this game out. He'll be staring down the barrel. Oh, it's another unforced error. There's it. I think the forehand from Sembol has crashed into the tin. It has. And Ziad Ibrahim, 3 points on the trot, and now has a game point. Incredible turnaround here in Mumbai. Ziad Ibrahim, can never discount him, but the way that he's just upped his tempo. Samuel trying to play some careful squash here. Ibrahim was trying to be a little bit more expansive. Samuel cover all of the court so far. Expect the unexpected with him. Drills that forehand. Samuel, great defense. It's a brilliant point. Om Samuel under pressure. Pulls off a cracking shot. Forces the error. And now a difference of two needed for either one of these athletes to try and take this game. Samuel serves at 10 all. His deuce. The backhand is an unforced error again. Having done the hard work, it's undone with an unforced error. And now Ziad Ibrahim has yet another game point here to make it 2-0 in the quarterfinals. Forehand just about over the tin. Ibrahim looking to control the tee here. Invites Sembal forward. The drop shot is exquisite. Sembal pulls out a clutch shot. And he needed to. Second game point saved. It's not over yet. This game has gone well beyond the distance. We call it overtime there. It's a massive point for Sembal. Unforced error of the Ziad Ibrahim forehand means that it's Sembal now who's got game point. This has been a proper yo-yo contest. You just have no idea which way it's going, but it's Sembal who comes roaring back. Having saved a couple of game points, he takes the second game 13-11. And Ziad Ibrahim would have seen a couple of opportunities being spurned here. And Sembal comes fighting back, one each, here in the quarterfinals. We're into the third game and nothing to separate these two top athletes here. Tom Semwa showing great courage and determination to claw his way back. He was under pressure. He was facing 2 game points, 2 separate occasions, and still managed to rally through. Ziad Ibrahim knows that he's got the quality in him. It's all about trying to piece it together. He'll be looking to try and establish a lead now. 2 quarterfinals have ended in 4 games. This one will see minimum 4. Showcases the highly competitive nature of the HCL Squash PSA Challenger Tour in Mumbai, as Ziad Ibrahim now is just looking to flex his muscles. Tricky scenario here for Semwal. Not want to do it again, that is, come from behind and put in that mammoth effort mentally. Great get there from Semwal, but Ibrahim just closes that forehand with real disdain. And he's getting Semwal to really chase after this one. That was a fantastic get. Ultimately powerless to stop the forehand. Ibrahim will look to close this game out in a dominant fashion. Semwal making the slight movement. Said Ibrahim just gets caught on the jaw there. Of course, seeing a bit of physicality, despite it being a non-contact sport. Samwal claws his way back. He's having to showcase his phenomenal mentality here because Ziad Ibrahim keeps pulling clear. These are dangerous moments in the match, and it's absolutely critical that they do manage to stay within touching distance. Another fantastic rally on display here. Samal opens the forehand. Ziad Ibrahim at full stretch. Incredible recovery. Can he look to close out the point? It's Semal on the stretch now. What an incredible point. Edge of the seat stuff here in Mumbai. Great pickup there from Semal. Ibrahim builds it out. It's a magnificent point. Ibrahim is livid with that call. He believes he's done more than enough in terms of leaving a bit of room. Semal gets the favorable call here. Let's have a look. Oh, there was enough there. Ibrahim might have just flinched to the right. That was a tough call there for the Egyptian to take here, but he has to respond now, shake it off. That was an incredible point, and Semwal would feel a lot more confident taking those big points his way. It's all about trying to put it together in back-to-back fashion. Brilliant winner there from Semwal, and we're level again at 5-all. Ziad Ibrahim probably still thinking about that last call. As soon as he tries to create a bit of separation, Semwal comes firing back, showcasing incredible grit, courage, determination, of course, quality on display. Nothing to separate these two terrific players. Putting on a show here. Oh, he went for the pickup. Having got there, he would be disappointed. Semwal with another big point. Error of the forehand for Ziad Ibrahim. Got there with time to spare. Couldn't dig that out, and it's now Semwal with the lead. Can he capitalize? Oh, wrong foot. Some brilliant winner there from Ziad Ibrahim. When the momentum keeps on pinging from side to side, you just have no idea which way this game is going to go. Fantastic advert to the HCL Squash PSA Challenger Tour Mumbai. 6-all. Great dig there. Change of direction. Completely wrong footing. Ibrahim on that occasion. 11-6 now. 4 points away from behind response there. Ziad Ibrahim, has he made that movement in? I think he might have. He's still disputing the call. You feel that a few of those big calls have gone against him. He's going to have to pick himself up quickly here. This is a good spot for Semwal to be in now. He's got his opponent struggling. There's the forehand from Semwal is excellent. It's a decisive forehand. Now it's a 2 point lead too. The 22-year-old is putting on quite the show here, and it's Ibrahim who shuts the door down on that momentum immediately. We're reaching the business end of game number 3. No closer to finding out who's going to seize the advantage heading into the fourth. This one's on a knife's edge. Oh, the backhand is well picked up there by Ibrahim. Semwal backpedaling. Nice forehand. Semwal's backhand hits the tin. Huge opportunity there for Semwal to open up a 2 point advantage. Instead, we are back level. The fighting spirit of Ziad Ibrahim very much on display. He's been dictating the tempo. Now it's up to him to try and respond here to the Semwal barrage. Thought about taking that on the full, decides against it, lets it bounce, and then flattens it out. Wants the call, he's not going to get it. Oh, Semwal with an incredible get. Look at the recovery. He's flinging himself around the court. Ziad Ibrahim immediately checks on his opponent's well-being. Great to see that kind of sportsmanship. Look at the commitment on display here from Semwal. He's just throwing himself on both sides of the court. Fortunately, avoids any sort of damage. Ziad Ibrahim now. Well, Semwal had to really throw himself there because of the knife edge at which the game lies at. I'm with 9-8, 2 points away from stealing a match. Both athletes have put in an incredible effort. Talked about being fresh leading into the quarterfinals, but once you do reach the semis, there will be some battle scars. Either one of these athletes, whoever progresses to the semis, will certainly feel the effects of this high quality quarterfinal clash. Ibrahim 2 points away, Semwal 3. This is going to be a fight to the finish here. Expect some blockbuster points. Ibrahim to serve. Oh, it's an unforced error, and that lengthy break just breaking the confidence of Semwal, and Ibrahim now has got game point. He's got 2 of them. That was a critical mistake from the racket of Semwal. The backhand is well flicked, is beautifully picked up, and Ziad Ibrahim, he puts it away, and he takes this third game 11-8. Semwal will now have to put on some of his best squash here, and he needs to win the next 2 games to keep his tournament hopes alive. Ziad Ibrahim, 11 points away from booking his spot in the semi-finals. Well, that highlight package of game number 3 really was sensational, wasn't it? Ziad Ibrahim has collected 11 points in all 3 games. He's only 2-1 up. Samwal, simply put, needs to win next 2 games to keep his tournament hopes alive. Change of shirt for Semwal. He's in blue too, but he's the lefty. And the white headband for better identification. And Ziad Ibrahim on our left will serve to try and close out this incredible quarterfinal clash. Ibrahim, 2-1 up. It's going to be very interesting to see what kind of squash Semwal does play here in a must-win game. Does he look to lengthen the points and the rallies, or does he look for those quick finishes and that aggressive brand of squash? He might need to tap into the latter because you've seen Ziad Ibrahim and how he likes to control. That's a good point for Semwal. And Ibrahim is getting to these shots. He's just not able to make contact with it. He's looking to hurry him a little bit here, and that's critical. Semwal cannot allow is Ibrahim building up a head of steam. Good backhand there. Both players close to the tin. Ibrahim just takes it alive to keep it alive, and that's a good change of direction. Ibrahim was a bit of a sitting duck on that occasion, just happy to put it back into play. From there, was pretty much at the mercy of the Indian, the 22-year-old. Careful stuff this from Semwal. Good point. Should be able to close it. Ibrahim stays alive and he forces the error. Can you believe it? That was a chance for Semwal to open up a 2-point advantage. Instead, we are level again. These are the crucial momentum swings that you see in squash. It happens early on, and from there, you see how the game shapes up. Ibrahim will feel that he's got control of this contest, but he will have to weather the storm. He knows that Semwal will be throwing the kitchen sink at him at some point in this match. Semwal will have to pretty much empty the tank. It's critical that Semwal cuts out the unforced errors, but he's ultimately powerless to stop outstanding shots like that. Lovely slice there of the racket of Ziad Ibrahim. Pulling out Hollywood shots here now. One that's so pleasing on the eye. That's a good drop shot from Semwal. Good response from the Indian. Semwal hits that with outrageous power and then follows up with an unforced error. Again, might have looked to hit that way too hard and then expelling way too much energy. Be ready for the follow-up shot. Ryan playing the percentage game really well there. And as long as it stays within one, Semwal will feel that he has it in terms of a chance. If Ziad Ibrahim starts pulling clear here, could be real trouble for the Indian. Oh, what a cross-court that is from Ibrahim. He's really flexing his muscles now. His shots are being played with incredible power, and the precision on it is even better. Semwal doing a lot of the chasing in fantastic manner, again at full stretch. Semwal trying to be as precise as possible with his shot selection. Ibrahim was controlling the tempo and is forcing the issue here. Good shot there from Semwal. Backhand gets him chasing. He looks to close out the forehand. Outrageous pick up there. Unbelievable defense this from Om Sembal. Somehow still in the point. Outrageous rally. Oh, it's magnificent. How does Ibrahim pick that up? And he can't do that. Brilliant. He tries to hit that against the glass, but Om Sembal with one of the points of the tournament. Absolutely sensational rally that. Both players leaving it all on the line. Sembal simply had to win that point, and he does it in spectacular fashion. One of the best rallies you'll see. And that's back-to-back points as well. Sembal now with the advantage. He's got the momentum on his side. Trying having to shake off the disappointment. We wanted to close it out right here, right now, but he's going to have to go through the Indian wall that is Om Sembal as Ibrahim plays a deft shot. Catches Sembal by surprise. And that's the thing, it just feels like Om Sembal is having to play outrageous squash just to keep pace with the Egyptian. Decent change of direction here. And this is where it gets tricky and where the pace immediately intensifies. Backhand is very well played. Om Sembal with the winner. Well measured slice that renders impossible for Ziad Ibrahim to pick up. Now it's Sembal with the lead in a must-win game. Are we going the distance? Will Ziad Ibrahim snuff out the Om Sembal challenge? Outrageous pickup. What a point this is again. Ziad Ibrahim caught cold and he's caught in no man's land. Sembal wraps that backhand with pace and direction. Now he's got the 2-point advantage. This is where Om Sembal cannot let it slip. He has to be at his best, and look at that from Ziad Ibrahim. How quickly he shuts that momentum down. Now within one. Those kinds of shots can be so demoralizing considering how hard you work for your points. And your opponent having a quick response from your serve as well. Point here for Ibrahim will make things very interesting. Oh, he changes the direction so cleverly. Sembal can't get there. Huge point in the context of this match. It is Ziad Ibrahim who draws level. This has just been a sensational watch. Both these fighters just leaving it all on the line here. Hitting this like a final, like they should, as Om Sembal with a delicious touch. Oh, brilliantly done. Yeah, Ibrahim was shown incredible defense, can't get there. Now it's Sembal with the 2 points away from taking this to the 5th. Good change of direction. Ibrahim digs that out. Sembal trying to be very measured in his approach, and it's an unforced error. Om Sembal now has got 2 game points. Oh, it looks like we will be going to the 5th. Om Sembal has put in quite the effort here, and he's getting the rewards for it. It's all about trying to finish the job here. Ibrahim will not give in any easy points. Keeps the danger going. Om Sembal going to battle through real adversity. Oh, it's a curious looking shot, and he looks to close it out, and he should be able to finish it. Somehow Ibrahim keeps it alive, but he's ultimately powerless to stop the winner, and Om Sembal drags this quarterfinal into the 5th and final game. He levels things at 2 apiece after a 11-8 victory, and that will give the Indian all sorts of confidence now We're expecting one of the quarterfinals to go the distance, and in the third time of asking, we will see it here at the Juhu Gymkhana in Mumbai. Enjoy the highlights of what has been a terrific game of squash. Both athletes laying it all on the line here. They're 11 points away from a spot in the semis. But in front of them is a gladiator that just does not relent. He's not willing to let it go. Well, this incredible quarterfinal clash will see game number 5. Ziad Ibrahim took the first, was pulled back in the second. 13-11 in the second game from Semwal. Ziad Ibrahim 11-8, and then Semwal responds with an 11-8 victory of himself. And now we head to the fifth and deciding game of this quarterfinal clash. It has left us on the edge of our seats from first point till now. It has continued in this theme. It's a terrific advert to the HCL Squash PSA Challenger Tour Mumbai. Squash Rackets Federation of India. Huge thanks does extend to our sponsors, and the drop shot there from Semwal. I think that was an unforced error from the Indian. This is where your mentality will come to the fore. You know that these players can play, but can they perform? Can they execute when the pressure is dialed up to 100? Nice backhand there, forcing Semwal to the depths of the court. Great pick up there. Oh, the defensive shot there from Ziad Ibrahim is just world class. Completely wrong foot Semwal there, and he was just hapless to try and pick the lob up. Beautifully done. Well, Semwal, who put in a real effort to try and drag his way back into the fifth, needs to identify the situation that Ziad Ibrahim will come out absolutely firing in the fifth game, and that's exactly what we are seeing here. The jubilation of dragging this to the fifth has clearly taken a toll here on Semwal, as he can barely lay a glove on Ziad Ibrahim here in the fifth. It's been one-way traffic which needs rectification, and if Semwal isn't careful, this could be a real wrap swiftly as Semwal stands his ground. I think the point will be replayed here, as Semwal had nowhere to go. Ibrahim had to go around him. Yep, the point goes to the Egyptian. Alom Semwal has lost his shape here. That was a shot played in frustration, as Ziad Ibrahim has just crawled all over him. He has been relentless, and Semwal cannot stop the barrage. The one-way traffic is a bit of an understatement in terms of how this game number 5 has gone. It just showcased the amount of effort that Semwal had to put to stay in this contest, proving to be far too much. And Ziad Ibrahim has completely steamrolled him in this fifth. Well, that's squash in a nutshell for you. It's not all about what happened in the previous game. The momentum shifts so quickly in this dynamic sport. If you're not ready, you can be really punished. Samuel having to do the impossible from here. Ziad Ibrahim, full credit to the Egyptian in the way that he's just had the clarity of thought to go super attacking, and he has just completely reaped the rewards here. He's identified that Samuel might just be on the edge, put in that big effort. And the message from the coaching staff would have been to just play that aggressive brand, catch Samuel by surprise, and it has paid dividends. And Samuel is staying in this contest. Great pickup there from Ibrahim. It was a bit of a let off, but somehow Samuel's backhand is beautifully placed. Fantastic get, but he's leaving the door open here. Feels like he's just trying to get the shot here as Samuel holds his ground. The fighting spirit still on display here. Samuel not throwing in the towel yet, but he'll know that he needs to be perfect from here on forward. There's absolutely no margin of error, and that is a quick point there for Ziad Ibrahim. And now just 2 points away from what would be a crushing defeat for Samuel. But you'll know that he was not the protagonist in this. He was having to often do the chasing game. Ibrahim keeping it at arm's length, and in the fifth, in the clutch, he's putting in a really dominant display. Samuel will have to throw the kitchen sink here. He'll have to go for it. Try and end these points as quickly as possible. It's a 5 point deficit. Ibrahim is so close to the finishing line. Great change of direction. Good shot there from Samuel. Still life in the 22-year-old. Still not giving up. It's been his hallmark throughout this quarterfinals. I would say die attitude on full display. Still needs a monumental shift, a monumental effort. Great pickup there from Ibrahim. Samuel is dictating the pace of this rally. Closes the backhand. Great push. Pickup is good. Terrific rally. Is the double bluff going to work? Samuel, brilliant. Oh, an outstanding grab there from Ibrahim, but he can't put that in play. Samuel applying the pressure. This is not over, folks. That was a terrific rally again. Both players tempting each other with the drops. That was an incredible recovery there from Ziad Ibrahim, but he couldn't get that over the tin. Kind of effort is exactly why we love the sport. Samuel has put in a great effort here. Saw the fifth game just completely slip away from his grasp. He's done really well to stem the flow, and now, again with the margin of error, almost nil here at this point because Ibrahim is 2 points away from securing a semi-final berth. Samuel needs to continue to be perfect here. Every time there's been a bit of a break, seems to have just favored the Egyptian, who recalibrates just a touch quicker. Culture drop, great pickup. Samuel looking for the winner, and he does. Brilliant. Samuel, take a bow. This is a special response. And he sets the point up beautifully, first with the drop shot, and then he just rips the winner. This is uncomfortable territory now for Ziad Ibrahim, who had it all his way, but that one is a huge let off there, and now he's got 3 match points. Samuel's good work being undone with an unforced error. Great slice, beautifully placed. Samuel within 2 now. In magnificent fighting spirit, Samuel can really be proud of the effort that he's put out here. He has battled till the very end. Be an improbable victory, but it would be a special win. We can win it from here. Ooh, I think Samuel has made the movement into him. Samuel quickly recalibrates here. This is clutch stuff. This game is really delivered in terms of a contest. It's gone right towards the end. 18 points exchanged in the fifth and deciding make that 19. Samuel does really well to save a game point. And he has to do it again though. He'll have to do it again. He looks to pick that up here. Again, no margin of error. Ibrahim looking to add the finishing touches. Can he get there first? Incredible stretch. Oh, absolutely outstanding defense. Samuel with a bit of hesitancy. That's the backhand. Good pick up there from Ibrahim. Oh, this is edge of your seat stuff. Heart pounding action here in Mumbai. So nervous. Can you imagine what the players are going through here? But they're in flow state at the moment. An outstanding rally, this in the clutch. Prime tries to close it out. Good pick up there from Semwal. Can he close it out? Semwal with the pickup. Good shot there. What an incredible rally. Can Ibrahim finish it? He does! Oh, he does it in sensational fashion with an epic rally to end what has been an incredible quarterfinals. Semwal can be so proud of the way that he's represented the country and himself, but he ultimately falls short in the final game. Congratulations to Ziad Ibrahim. He takes the fifth game 11-9. He takes the quarterfinals in 5. And we will see the Egyptian in the semi-finals tomorrow, the HCL Squash PSA Challenger Tour Mumbai. Oh my goodness me, this game delivered and then some. It's going to take some doing to try and outdo this as a spectacle. We've seen both these athletes push themselves to their limits, as it's Ziad Ibrahim winning this contest 11-5, 11-13, 11-8, 8-11, and 11-9 to wrap up game number 5. Commiserations to Semwal, whose tournament ends in the quarterfinals. And enjoy the highlights of what has been an incredible quarterfinal clash. And we will be back with the women's quarterfinal as Zofu takes on Tanvi Khanna next. Do stay tuned for more live action. Well, we are back with quarterfinal action. Three in the bag. And next up is the women's quarterfinals between the women from Malaysia, Zoe Fu, taking on the number 3 seed, Thanvi Khanna from India. This is going to be a big, big game. Big stakes. And we will see the two go head to head here. Zoe Fu with a very impressive performance in the previous game. She will be the slight underdog here up against the number 3 seed, Thanvi Khanna, who's seen it all. The experienced campaigner against Zoe Fu, and the quarterfinal action coming to you live here in the HCL Squash PSA Challenger Tour, Mumbai. Tanvi Khanna being an experienced campaigner, Zoe Fu has seen it all. 7-year-old, highest career ranking of 93 in the world in 2015. This quarterfinals promises to be really intriguing contest here. Already seen Akari Midori Kawa qualify for the semi-finals. So Ifo and Tanvi Khanna will be hoping that they edge their names. Some of the names that we are seeing in the female bracket, yes, Haley Ward was displaced by Shamina Riaz, the number 1 seed, getting knocked out by the Indian, who played really out of her skin but ultimately powerless to stop Akari Midori Kawa. So 345 in the women's quarterfinal. We do have Noor Kafji, the number 4 seed, taking on the countrywoman, number 5 seed Malak Fatih. That is going to be an absolute firecracker of a game. Two high quality squash players from Egypt going head to head to book a spot in the semi-finals. And Lisa Sugimoto from Japan will end the women's quarterfinals against Farida Walid, number 2 seed from Egypt. So representation from Egypt continues to be strong. We'll see at least one in the semi-finals. We can see whether or not there will be Indian representation here at home court. And we kind of great pickup there. He's taking control in the early stages. And generally reaches very deep in competitions here. The HCL Squash PSA Challenger Tours. See her in the quarters, we see her in the semis, even in the finals. You'll want to go that one step further. Really competitive athlete who has given a life to the sport of squash. Backhand there from Tanvi Khanna, slightly nonchalant there. So if levels things up with 3-all. We do have Ziad Ibrahim getting a bit of physio treatment before we hear his thoughts. Got my colleague Vansh Chawla on the sidelines, just waiting for that physio treatment to be done, and we will hear from the Egyptian after a very impressive, nail-biting quarterfinal win against Om Semwal. This game will it's trying to match that in terms of drama and intensity. This one will be a firecracker too. We come now with the forehand, just looking to open it up just over the tin, trying to be very precise. So Ifu just putting a nose in front. Just trying to be on the front foot, be as aggressive as possible, and first time we are doing a lot of the chasing, but we're just using her experience at these moments. Very little to separate the two quarterfinalists in the first game. And we might have just made the movement into the forehand of Zoe Fu there. Might be replayed in favor of Khanna, but nope. The ref rules in favor of the Indian. 6-4 to Tanvi Khanna. 3 seed. It's holding Zoe Fu in a chokehold here. Tanvi Khanna plays with that determined look. He's like focus, tries to be as precise as possible with her shot selection. Agility still at a high level. So if Four picks that up very nicely, her speed being tested. Mikana moving very freely on the court, without trying to just control the tee. Before just trying to change the direction there. The backhand was well intentioned. Oh, great pickup there by Anvi Khanna. She tries to throw herself at it. She got there in time, and Zoe Fu just picks up a crucial point to just break that momentum. And he hammers the forehand. Beautifully done. That was hit with disdain and just surety. Using the wrist, using that flick perfectly to establish a 3 point advantage as Khanna is now 3 points away from wrapping up the first game in commanding fashion. Zoe Fu would have known that she would be up against it, against the number 3 seed. Always know that you have to be at your best in these kind of moments where more experienced the senior player in terms of ranking will exercise and flex her muscles. Delicate backhand. Not having to really stretch after this, but she still controls that tee. We hear from her coach constantly as to how important it is for Tanvi Khanna, and that's when she plays her best squash on the front foot, dictating the pace. It's been a clinic here from Tanvi Khanna. Well, she continues to be very dominant, and she's very much on course of wrapping up this first game in commanding fashion. Tanvi Khanna serving with 4 game points. Picks that up really nicely. Great agility on display here from Khanna. Keeps the rally alive with incredible agility. Top rally, this top stuff. Ooh, Zoifo just caught there, but recovers well. Change of direction. Khanna with the whip backhand, and she takes the first game in commanding fashion. 11-6 for the experienced campaigner, and she really did deliver a masterful first game. So all up to Zoe Fu to try and respond here as Tanvi Khanna takes the first game 11-6. Tanvikana has put her foot on the pedal and has been unrelenting. That was a much needed point there for Zoe Fu. To stem the flow here after dropping the first game. Important that she tries to find some sort of rhythm against the number 3 seed. Tanvikana playing with all that experience and class. Shot selection has been pretty immaculate so far. And Zoe with a lovely drop shot there. Back to back points there for the Malaysian. Nearing the halfway stage of quarterfinals day at the HCL Squash PSA Challenger Tour Mumbai. Again, I'd like to extend our gratitude to all the sponsors. Everybody who's worked tirelessly behind the scenes to make this event a grand success. The HCL PSA Challenger Tour is from city to city and continues to really enthrall. It's been a staple in the diet of the squash fans in India. And seeing the international participation really does warm my heart as being one of the big fan of Indian sports and rooting for them to go to the very top. The only way that can be done is when you challenge yourself against the world's best. It's fantastic to see 15 nations being represented. Got a crackerjack game coming up after this one as the number 2 seed from Egypt in the men's category, Yasin Shodi, won in Jaipur. Comes back once again now with more and more expectations on him. He's up against the Japanese Tomotaka Endo. And Mikana has had a pretty straightforward games here. It look easy, but I can assure you it's anything but. So if we're just trying to gather her bearings a little bit. Forehand there's just a bit of an unforced error from Khanna. Kari Midori Kawa beat Shamina Riaz in the first women's quarterfinal. That was in 4 games. Shamina Riaz with the biggest upset yesterday, beating Hayley Ward, the number 1 seed from South Africa, and that really did shock the system. Kari Midori Kawa, though, very little issues dispatching Shamina Riaz in 4 games. Some patience on display there. The backhand just intensifies the tempo, and that's an unforced error. And we can had plenty of time there to pick a spot. Tries to take the pace off it and ends up crashing into the tin. Zoe Fu still in it. Needs the momentum to turn her way here, and a couple of points will go a long way to try and achieve that. Brilliant pickup. Another unforced error. Zoe Fu's just trying to find her rhythm now. Asking a lot more pertinent questions of the Indian and number 3 seed. A couple of unforced errors. Leaves the door slightly open here for the Malaysian. Played with great spirit. Tanvi Khanna just stems the flow and increases her advantage. With all the hard work in the early stages of this game, for her opponent having a couple of points, and Zoe Fu still continues to battle in terrific fashion. Critical point coming up here. Malaysia needs to win this one. That's such a clever shot there from Tanvi Khanna, man. That is so intelligently set up, and Zoe Fu is having to really chase after this one. She does tremendously well. Great athleticism on display, and it's a forehand that is a bit of a tired one. Tanvi Khanna seizing the advantage, 2 points away from a 2-0 advantage. Zoe Foom looks like her resistance might be broken in game number two. She will have to recalibrate in game three as Khanna now with 3 game points. So have to try and put the Malaysian away here. Yet to see a straight game victory in the HCL Squash PSA Challenger Tour Mumbai quarterfinals day. Some enthralling games, and it's Zoe Fo was not able to lift that over in time as Tanvi Khanna, the number 3 seed, was racing into a 2-0 lead. She's in a commanding position to march into the semi-finals, all to do for the Malaysian. Game number 3. Now, Tanvi Khanna has been dominant from the jump. 2-0 lead against the Malaysian. Zoe Fo has had incremental improvements in terms of point differential, but she need to play a whole lot better or hope that Tanvi Khanna's levels drop because the Indian has barely put a foot wrong here. Tanvi Khanna just loses confidence, very, very comfortable, and it's just that dominant style that she's been very accustomed to in the domestic circuit against international opponents, trying to execute the same game plans. She's played a lot more positive squash, cut out her mistakes, and she becomes a dangerous proposition. Kind of felt that that point should not have been replayed here. So if we might be getting a rub of the green there. Clever backhand there by Khanna. Oh, brilliant get. Great agility on display there from the Indian. Forehand just lacking a bit of power on it. Maybe too much power. Getting the elevation over the tin. Zoe Fo will look to try and mix things up here. She'll have to try and just force the initiative, force the issue. You definitely need to cut out the unforced errors. Need to have pretty much a perfect game against Tanvikana considering the circumstances. Now continues to press on. Oh, that's much better. And I'll be disappointed having got there. Malaysian has got pretty much nothing to lose at this moment. She'll have to go hammer and tong. This is where you almost feel like the pressure is off and you can play some of your best squash without really thinking. Just go for it. See whether or not your opponent who's close to victory can handle the barrage. Almost like down on your sword there, and the backhand from Zoe Fu was hit with real precision. Top shot there. We talked about players playing some of their best when their backs are against the wall. Seeing that from Fu right now. I think the forehand there from Tanvi Khanna was right in the corner. Point replayed as Tanvi Khanna's backhand is well picked up. Ooh, the forehand's unforced there. And now Zoe Fu, 2-point lead. Could turn around this for the Malaysian. We started really well, but it's Zoe Fu now has come into her own and now playing some really good squash. Lovely rip backhand there from Khanna. Brilliant stuff. And that's experience. Can look to control the tee and then just nails that backhand slice. Zoe has made the motion. Yep, she makes a move into the backhand of the Indian. Looking to level things up here as she serves at 4-5. Great pickup there from Khanna, but she'll have to backpedal. Fantastic recovery there. Great defense on display as his backhand is immediately clubbed. And this is a top rally. This wonderful stuff, and the backhand is perfectly cushioned. Zoe Fu with a beautiful backhand. Full length stretch and then ice cold with the winner. Zoe now playing some fantastic squash. She is dominating proceedings. She's got the number 3 seed on the ropes here. And this is where Zoe will have to really put that foot to the pedal and not back down here. Putting the number 3 seed under pressure, and the number 3 seed reminding us all of why she is at the top of her game here. Shuts down the momentum. Clever end to the point. Khanna can turn the momentum around with a couple of points now to put the pressure back on Zoe. Brilliant. Back-to-back outstanding backhand winners there from Tanvi Khanna. So if you're wondering, what more can I do to beat number 3 seed here? Great defense by Khanna. Only the forehand, but she did make that motion into the tee, so this should favor Zoe Fu in terms of the decision. I think Khanna might have just gotten away with that one, having played a very good forehand. That was a tricky call. Players move on quickly and it remains a 1-point advantage for the Malaysian. Beautiful backhand there from Zoe Fu, so accurate. As Tanvi at full stretch. Now a 2-point advantage to drag this to the fourth. She'll have to go on a run here. Try and close this door as quickly as possible. Oh, Tanvi looking flat-footed there on that occasion. Zoe pulling off some of her best squash in game number 3 in a must-win scenario. Oh, good response there from the number 3 seed. There's Tanvi's coach, Charles Zither, always providing insightful information to Tanvi between games. His backhand there, Zoe with a good recovery. Tanvi having to go around there. It's a quality shot. Tanvi Khanna comes out in the clutch with a big winner that. Now within one. Tanvi 3 points away from wrapping this up in straight games. Tanvi has made that movement around Zoe. Asked the question there. He's trying to get out of the way to her credit and in fairness, but Zoe felt that her shot was clearly compromised on that occasion. And the point will be replayed, and it's a very delicate time here. And we serving at 8-9. Brilliant forehand there from Zoe Fu, and now she's got 2 game points to take this to the fourth. Fantastic response this from the Malaysian. Great rally this. Oh, good pick up there. Tanvi picks it up. Zoe looks to close it out, and she does. Terrific work there from the Malaysian. She drags her way back into this contest. Takes the third game 11-8. Back to the drawing board this for Tanvi Khanna. And Zoe Fu showing tremendous fighting spirit as she drags this to the fourth. Well, we got Vansh on the sidelines with a previous winner, Zahid Ibrahim. Vansh, take it away before the start of the fourth.
Well, I've got Ziad Ibrahim from Egypt here with me. He just defeated Om Semwal from India, and he proceeds into the semi-finals of this HCL Squash PSA Challenger Tour. How are you feeling currently?
Yeah, I'm so happy today. It's one, it's the 3-2 games match today, 6 minutes. But I'm so happy to complete for 2-1 up and final game 9-1. And is someone is going to 9 all 10-9. I'm so happy to complete, and mentality is keep going to win. Alhamdulillah. I hope tomorrow to win and going to final, inshallah.
What will be the recovery pattern for the semi-final today? Because you seem to be, it was a physically challenging game as well, that one.
Yeah, my half a leg is very tired, but after finish physio, but now is good. But inshallah, I hope to win tomorrow, inshallah.
Excited and confident for the semi-finals tomorrow?
Yeah, exactly.
We hope you perform well, all the best, and hope you have a speedy recovery as well.
Thank you.
Well, back to live action. Suraj will continue with the commentary there.
Ziad Ibrahim, very happy to be in the semi-finals, focusing about recovery and talking about the toll the quarterfinal clash against Semwal did to him. It was a 5-game thriller that had us on the edge of our seats till the very end. Speaking of having things on the edge of our seat, Zoe Fu pulling the last game in her favor. She turns things around here. This could be a very interesting quarterfinals. It was looking one-way traffic from Tanvi Khanna's point of view. The Malaysian showcasing exactly why she's at this level in this quarters here. Tanvi Khanna will continue to pile on the pressure. It was on forced errors. Needs to try and cut them out. She's had a good start to this game. Similar pattern in game number 3 as well, but Zoe showcased that fighting spirit that we were talking about. It's a big point considering the circumstances. And we Khanna applying the pressure, 3-point advantage. Not the kind of start Zoe was hoping for after putting in a huge shift to win game number 3. Tanvi Khanna has been so precise and clinical throughout this. Could be the closeout game for her. Kept Zoe Four at arm's length throughout, and that was a quality shot there from the Malaysian. Outrageous considering the circumstances, how deep she was in the court, and still managing to find the winner. So we're still showing fight in her. We saw that in game number 3. Backs to the wall, pulled out a lion-hearted performance, but she'll have to do it again and again. She's going to have to reach the semi-finals because Tanvi Khanna in the opening 2 games just put on a commanding performance that's put her in this stage and in this position. She's just now 4 points away from spot in the semis. Great forehand there. The power there from Khanna catches Zoe on the back foot. Indians nearly there. Number 3 seed. Expected to see her in the semi-finals minimum. That would have been our expectations before the tournament began. That's objective 1 being ticked as it stands. It's all about can she go the distance. The number 3 seed up against some real competitors. Kari Midori Kawa being one of them. With the all-Egyptian female clash coming up. Bit of an unforced error there. Zoe in the match. Needs to find a way in the next couple of points. Sunway look to add the killer blows right here, right now. Great backhand drop shot there. Fantastic feel on it. As Tanvi Khanna now has 4 match points. Perfect execution on it. And she'll serve. Get a spot in that semi. And she gets it done in real quick fashion. The number 3 seed from India, Tanvi Khanna, with a clinical performance as Zoe first tournament ends in the quarterfinal stage. A good performance from the Malaysian, a very good tournament, and shows the right sportsmanship from their brilliant stuff and a great representation from Malaysia. It is Tanvi Khanna who gets it done in 4 games, 11-6, 11-7, 8-11, 11-6 for the number 3 seed who advances to the semi-finals of the HCL Squash PSA Challenger Tour Mumbai.
Well, I've got Tanvi Khanna here with me. A comprehensive victory, Tanvi. You might be pretty pleased with the performance today.
Yeah, not that pleased because I feel like it was good in the beginning and then the third and fourth games were not as good. So I feel like there's a lot I can take back for tomorrow's match. But overall, it was good, yeah.
What was the game plan coming into this match, and how well do you think you executed it, and what are some of the improvements that you think could come for the next match?
I think just getting the ball back. The courts are pretty dead, so yeah, just finding my length. I think everyone is struggling with that in the court, but yeah, just that.
At times, it's very easy to lose your momentum once you're 2-0 up, and I think in the third set that's what happened. But how well do you think you played in the fourth game, firstly? And secondly, how do you maintain your focus and mental strength during these times?
I think in the third game, Zoe played really well, and full credit to her. And once she found her length, I was struggling. But then I think in the fourth, it was pretty even. But eventually, I feel like my length and stuff was better towards the back of the court, and that allowed me to hit my drops. Yeah.
Talking about this tournament, how crucial is this tournament for you? Firstly, to increase your world rankings, and of course, the exciting cash prize as well.
Yeah, it's very important already. I think just by reaching the semis, you already get 120 points. And I think one step further, if I reach the finals or win it, I think my ranking will significantly improve, at least like 10 spots. So it's a huge thing.
Semi-finals against Akari next. Anything that you've thought about yet?
Not really. I'm going to watch her play. And I played her once back, like 4 or 5 years back. So I'm sure she's improved a lot. So I have to see her recent videos and yeah.
All the best for the semi-final tomorrow. It's a big day.
Thank you. Yeah.
Well, that was Tanvi Khanna here with me. Over to Suraj for live action.
Tanvi Khanna, very happy with the performance, but self-critical as well, saying that she could improve in certain aspects and she'll have to be at her very best up against Akari Midorikawa in the semi-finals tomorrow. This is a very interesting clash coming to you live from the Joe Gymkhana in Mumbai, the HCL Squash PSA Challenger Tour. I'd like to thank our sponsors, of course, the Squash Rackets Federation of India and the Ministry of Youth Affairs of India as well, providing the platform for squash to flourish in India. The number 2 seed takes his way to the court. Yasin Shodhi, an outstanding player. He is there to dazzle. He is one of the favorites to get his hands on the trophy here in Mumbai. He's up against the Japanese Tomotaka Endo. Endo will know that he'll be up against it, against the number 2 seed. He's done very well to get to the stage. Now it's all about trying to compete against one of the best in the tournament. Yasin Shodhi from Egypt takes on Tomotaka Endo from Japan, and Shodhi to serve. Well, Yasin Shodhi is as complete as it gets in terms of a squash player. The court coverage, the speed, agility, shot selection, you name it, Yasin Shodhi excels at it. He's somebody you can fully expect to make real waves in world squash years to come. He's a man in constant hopes of improving his standing. He's just 21 years of age. As I mentioned before, he is fully capable of shocking a few. Once you see him play live in the flesh, which I did have the privilege of doing in Jaipur, just kind of understand the level at which he's operating. And someone like Tomotaka Endo will need to play at his very best to keep pace against the Egyptian. Against shot selection remains quality. And from Cairo, 69 in the PSA rankings as it stands, as Tanvi Khanna was speaking about how spots in the semi-final improve your rankings. He's a man, we've seen him on the big circuits as Tomotaka Endo. Good drop shot there. Shodhi controlling the length here. Great recovery there from the Egyptian and quickly gets the backhand in play. The collision there. I think the point might go to the Japanese here. I think it does. Yes, needs those points to just stem the flow. Last thing you want is to see Yasin Shodi just run away with this one. Response this from Endo. Okay, just looks to open up with the forehand. Right idea there from Shodi, but faulting on the execution. Good start this from the Japanese. He's played with no fear, and rightfully so. Just to showcase he belongs at this level and he needs to push. With a good backhand, really rips that with some power. Could control this. And Shodi with a unforced error. Backhand against the board as Tomotako Endo. He's playing some excellent stuff here. He's forcing a few errors. Exactly where he wants to be here. Try and get quality shot there. Beautiful pickup. Got there in the end is Tomotako Endo. Suffering on that occasion, but plays really well. Big shot there on the forehand by Yasin Shodi, and it's an unforced error of the racket of Endo. And he knows that's a big moment. That was the opportunity to open up a 2 point advantage. Delicate backhand there, beautifully played from Yasin Shodi, and he's turned this game around. Endo had that opening, and once he made that unforced error, it just felt like he just showed way too much to Shodi, who's come fighting back in terrific fashion. Showed a couple of points away, make that one as a quick response. And how quickly has Yashin Shodi just turned things around here? Tomutaka Endo had a lead and it's been wiped so quickly away. Shodi's serving for the first game. A lovely backhand and he scoops it up with relative ease. Commanding performance there from Yasin Shodi as he takes the first game. No surprises there as the first seed, the number 2 seed rather, wraps it up 11-8. All to do for Tomotako Endo from Japan. He has felt the full force of Yasin Shodi, but Endo can take a lot of positives from that first game. He did compete well, but he has to find out how it went all so wrong in the final phase. has been dominant. Yashin Shodhi has been pretty much perfect in his 2 games so far. He hasn't put a foot wrong and he's been excellent. Tomotako Endo trying his very best. To his credit, has stayed in the games. 11-8, 11-8, both the games that finished previously, so he has competed at a high level. He's just fallen short against the number 2 seed who has just been rampant here. He's a man that we expect to go the distance. Number 1 seed, Velavan Senthil Kumar, will be in action later on today. We'll be looking at one of his potential opponents if the number 1 and 2 seed end up in the finals. I'd be surprised if we end up seeing Velavan and Yasin Shodhi showdown in the finals day after tomorrow. So Yasin Shodhi taking care of business here so far. That's the thing with Yasin Shodhi. Once he settles into the rhythm, it's almost impossible to stop. Big forehand there by Yasin. He stands his ground. He has every right to stand his ground in the middle of the tee there after his shot. And he started this game perfectly here. Endo might be feeling that his resistance might be broken here. He's tried his best to compete. You can applaud him for the effort, but when you're up against a man like Yasin Shodhi, you just have to play some of the best squash you've played in your life. I've seen mixing things up, and that drop shot just tells you the story. The nonchalance, the quality. It's completely controlling of every area. I feel like you have to work so hard to get a point against the Egyptian. Never gives up on defense, and Endo tries an interesting shot, and he might get punished, but he turns into the punisher instead. Lovely pickup there by Shodhi on the backhand. Great change of direction. Whips that backhand. What a fantastic rally. And Tomotaka Endo with one of the best points you'll see today. Incredible effort there from both players. And the backhand on the full. Brilliantly done there by Endo. Back-to-back points here for Japanese Endo. Oh, what a whip backhand that is. Outrageous shot. So they just flexing his muscles now, 5 points away from booking his semi-final spot. If I'm not mistaken, third men's quarterfinal will be wrapped up really quickly here. We've already got Mohammad Siafi Kamal from Malaysia who qualified. Ziad Ibrahim who beat Semwal. Malaysian, one Egyptian minimum. It looks like Yasin Shodhi is making sure that there's going to be some more Egyptian participation in the semi-finals tomorrow. And this performance has just been, it's been laser-like. He's so precise. He's just a fantastic player, dominating proceedings. Now he's 3 points away. Make that 2 with the Endo and Forstera. Just a couple of points away is Yasin Shodhi. It just continues to pummel his opponent. He can beat you in a variety of ways, but that backhand there from Tomotaka Endo was a thing of beauty, really. He's got 7 match points and he prevents 1 there, Endo. Serving at 4-10. Great pickup there from Shodhi. Wow. Absolutely no right to get there. Endo controlling the length here. Terrific rally. Another outrageous pick. Yasin Shodhi. As I mentioned before, you have to work so hard to get a point against the Egyptian. So capable of ending the point wherever he is on the court. Lovely change of direction. I don't think Endo got there first, and it is Yasin Shodhi who advances to the semi-finals of the HCL Squash PSA Challenger Tour with a straight game victory. 11-8, 11-8, 11-4 for the number 2 seed from Egypt. Commiserations to Tomotako Endo, whose tournament ends in the quarterfinal stage, as Yasin Shodhi books his spot in the semi-finals with a clinical display. Well, Endo with a smile on his face, he knows that he's just been up against a machine, really. He put in a really good performance in the first 2 games, but in the end just ran out of steam. Talked about how Yasin Shodhi can beat you in a variety of ways, and really is a proposition, and we're fully expecting him to see him in the finals. Elvin Senthil Kumar will round up the final quarterfinal in the men's category as he's up against Abdullah Hafiz from Egypt. Already have 2 participants from Egypt. We're expecting Elvin Senthil Kumar as the number 1 seed to prevail, but that is going to be a really interesting contest. That'll come to you live after an all Egyptian clash that's coming to you live here from Mumbai. Noor Kafaji taking on Malak Fateh. It's a number 4 seed taking on the number 5 seed as the action rolls on in the HCL Squash PSA Challenger Tour Mumbai. And we're all set for a massive quarter-final clash. It's the all-Egyptian affair between the number 4 seed Noor Kafji taking on Malak Fatih, number 5 seed. But before that, we do have Vansh Chavla on the sidelines with an interview with the winner of the previous game, Yasin Shodi.
Well, I've got Yasin Shorty here with me from Egypt. He's just defeated Tomotaka Endo from Japan, and he proceeds into the semi-finals of this HCL Squash PSA Challenger Tour. You might be pretty happy with your performance today, a dominant straight game victory.
Yeah, I'm really happy. I've played with him a couple of times, and it feels like every time it keeps getting harder. So I'm just very pleased with the win and looking forward for tomorrow.
What were some of the tactics that you came in with for today's game, and how well do you think you executed your game plan?
Well, I don't want to say my game plan, but I think I executed it pretty well because I kind of knew what he was gonna do, so I was just ready for what he was gonna do. So yeah, very happy.
Squash is as much of a mental game as it is a physical game. So how do you manage to keep your focus and mental strength in the game?
Yeah, it's really important. I think it's the most difficult part of the game. As you can see in the second game, I was like 8-2 up, and then in just like 2 minutes or something, we were back at 8-all. So it's really important. Yeah, and I think it's the most important thing in the game. Yeah.
Talking about the tournament as well, this is a 15K tournament, and you want to increase your rankings from this tournament as well. How crucial is this tournament in your professional career?
Yeah, it's really important. I have a tough match tomorrow either way, Villavan or Abdullah. It's going to be a tough match, and I'm just going to have a watch and enjoy.
What will be the recovery pattern for tomorrow, because it's a big day, as you said?
Yeah. I'm just going to stretch out right now, maybe take an ice bath when I get home, and yeah, that's it. Be ready for tomorrow.
All the best for tomorrow. It's a treat watching you play on court.
Thank you so much.
Well, that was Yasin here with me. Over to court number 1 for live action.
Well, that was Vansh with Yasin Shodi as we are back underway. It's the all-Egyptian affair in the quarterfinals here. Noor Kafji in white, number 4 seed against Malak Fatih, the number 5 seed in this tournament in black. And we're expecting a firecracker of a game here. Both athletes top of their game. They have dazzled on the HCL Squash PSA Challenger Tour before, and they're going to put on a real show. Two top athletes. Expect lengthy rallies full of quality, and both these players have played against each other on numerous occasions. Kafji, world number 78, while Malak Fatih, while ranked 5th in this tournament, is the world number 26. Fresh off a quarterfinal stage Hamburg Open exit, which she did really well to reach the quarters. She'll feel that maybe a step too low, wanting to reach that semi-final would have been the objective. Kafji, of course, comes into the Mumbai as the number 4 seed. Semi-finals of the African qualifying event for the PSA World Championship, just showcasing her pedigree in those high-pressure matches. She's that patient constructor of rallies. You can see how she started off here, and she's putting Malak Fatih under real pressure. 4-0 already as Noor Kafji has started off in the perfect manner. One of her biggest strengths is that movement into those front corners. She controls the length and just dominates the tee. It's the style of play that Noor Kafji relies on. She's up against a higher ranked player in Malak Fatih, so she'll know her work is cut out. Expecting this one to possibly go the distance. Two of the semi-finalists have already been confirmed. Akari Midori-Kawa and Tanvi Khanna of India, confirmed in the semis tomorrow, will go head-to-head. Get one representation from Egypt from here, and Egypt versus Japan in the last quarterfinals in the women's category. And have shown out the women have put on a real show, as well as Noor Kafji has been cut and thrust. Unbelievable showing here, 6-1, and she's raced into this lead. Swift rallies. She's been devastating on Malak Fatih. In the court coverage, very smooth this from Kafji. Fatih needing to win one of these big points here just to shake that momentum in her favor. Now, Fatih has made that movement into Noor. Could very easily be construed at a point in favor of Noor Kafaji. I think the point just might be replayed. No, it won't. It's rightfully awarded to Noor. Malak Fatih has seen this first game just slip away from her fingertips. She's going to have to try and pull herself back. Noor has raced towards a 9-1 lead, and some would say this is a surprise despite her being the fourth seed. Malak Fatih must grow into games later on, but she's seen this one completely being ripped away. He's faced a barrage of points as Malak Fatih trying to stay in this first game. It's been all Noor Kafaji. Great pickup there. Fantastic work as Noor Kafaji races and takes the first game in swift fashion. 11-1 for the number 4 seed from Egypt. Fantastic performance that. Malak Fatih did not know what hit her. She'll have to find a way to try and recalibrate and go again because she's up against a motivated and full of quality Noor Kafaji. Noor Kafaji, near perfect performance in the first. And Malak Fatih, who's got to have to rely on some of her past experience, did win HCL Squash Noida, which happened about 4 months ago. Commanding performance from her and seeing her tournament life in real jeopardy here up against Noor Kafaji. Malak Fatih feeling a whole lot better after that forehand. Malak rips that backhand. Not having to really fetch. Great pickup there. She lets it go. A tricky spot there for the ref. Kafaji though completely unfazed. Wonderful angle on that backhand there from Kafaji. Pickup there from Fatih is good, but Fatih having to do a lot of chasing there. Pick up on the backhand there from Kafaji. Fatih now looking to control the length and the forehand, unforced error. Levels things up here. Malak Fatih, every time she tries to build a little bit of momentum, Noor Kafaji comes out and immediately shuts it down. First game certainly in the rearview mirror for Malak Fati. 5 games deep there. Noor's held her own. She stood her ground. Could get the point. Just a replay of the point here as backhand has been responded with a really whip. That one. That time Noor Kafiji has clearly run into Malak Fati's forehand. That was a tight call again from the ref. The replay of the point as we go again. Lovely backhand there. What a winner that is from Noor Kafiji. In mid-court, just rips that backhand perfectly. No chance there for Noor. Decent backhand there from Malak Fati. Kafiji now trying to make the inroads. It's a great change of angle. Point this, and she finishes it off with an emphatic forehand. But that's Noor Kafiji for you. Very, very patient, not looking to end the rally quickly, but pick her spot and end it emphatically. Supreme play there from Noor Kafiji. She has been really perfect here in this match so far. Fati having to claw her way back from this uncomfortable situation. It's just Noor who's just motoring along. At some point, Malak Fati will need to find a bit of momentum on her side. All Noor Kafiji in the opening stages so far. Lovely backhand there from Noor Kafiji, and the winner from Malak Fati is emphatic. Quick points, definitely a friend at this stage. Felt a lot of energy chasing around. Fati serving at 3-7. Herself dug in a hole there, and it's a rare miscue there from Noor Kafiji. Caught everybody by surprise there with that miscue. Noor with the forehand. Very good start to the rally again. Noor will exercise that patience throughout the rally. All about Malak Fati trying to not just control the length but also the tempo. A bit of hesitation opens the door, and Noor Kafiji finishes the point in exquisite manner. Oh, that was a terrific winner, that. This opens up in a smooth manner, and the finish on it is just a touch of class. Egyptian dominance on display here. Yashin Shodi put away Tomotako Endo with relative ease. You're seeing Noor Kafiji against her countrywoman be really dominant. Malak still staying in this one. She's got to fight and claw her way out of this situation she finds herself in. Noor with an unforced error with the backhand, crashing against the tin. We've got the number 1 seed playing Melvin Senthil Kumar up next. The HCL Squash PSA Challenger Tour in Mumbai. The quarterfinals day winds down. It's been 4 hours of enthralling action. An absolute pleasure covering these games, and the action is just getting started. It's semi-finals day tomorrow, and the intensity will just be picked up and kicked up a notch. Looking to add the finishing touches, and with shots like that, which is absolutely exquisite. That forehand drop shot is just a thing of beauty, and now Noor Kafaji has got 4 game points. Malak Fatih, world number 26, being handed a lesson here by Noor Kafaji. Great pickup there on the stretch by Malak. Good pickup there from Noor Kafaji. Opens up. What a pickup that was from Noor Kafaji, but the forehand crashes against the tin. Malak Fatih stays in it, but my word, that was outrageous agility there from Noor Kafaji to get there. He still has 3 game points, and that backhand really quickened up there on Fatih. It's a tricky call for the ref, and it goes in favor of Fatih. She stays in it. She stays in it. Still has to guard against 2 game points. It's been another movement into Malak Fatih. Noor Kafaji shooting daggers at the ref. Couple of swift points this for Malak Fatih. Seen her be slow starters in the past as well, but once she kicks into gear, fantastic player who's showcasing her true potential. First game, such quick fashion. Ooh, that's another big call. This from the ref. Point going to be replayed. It's almost like knowing each other's patterns. Malak Fatih serving to stay in the second. This is a massive point, simply put. Carves that backhand. Keep it in. Well, Malak is now dictating the tempo here. Hitting with a lot of power. Brilliant backhand there from Kafaji. He's alive with this point. A terrific rally in the clutch here. Both players hammering those backhands and then takes the pace off. It's a brilliant point. Noor Kafaji has got it. Oh, has that been ruled out? Oh, what a critical moment that was. Noor Kafaji's backhand and then just making the movement into Malak Fatih means that we are level at 10 all. That's another game point save. The world number 26, reminding everybody else as to what she's capable of on the court. The point has been replayed, the scoreboard has been reflected, and the unforced error from Fatih's forehand means Noor Kafaji races into a 2-0 lead. 11-1, 11-9. She is in pole position to book her spot in the semi-finals of the HCL Squash PSA Challenger Tour Mumbai. This has been a clinic. Malak Fatih has shown glimpses, but she really needs to step it up here if she's going to have to stay in this contest. Noor Kafaji 11 points away. Malak Fatih trying to stay in it. We're back underway for game number 3. Look, Fatih has a proverbial mountain to climb here. Kafaji, perfect, really. Established her dominance in the first game, hasn't looked back since then. Malak Fatih with a flicker of hope in that second game with those clutch points right towards the end. Going against her, the number 4 seed, Noor Kafaji. She is ready here. With the backhand. Again, critical that Malak Fatih tries to control the length against Noor. Much better shots like that, but look at Noor's recovery here. It is absolutely outrageous. Trying to cover a lot of court for this point. Malak Fatih now asking the questions. Kafaji's backhand is really accurate. Oh, what a rally this is to start off game number 3. And she closes it out with a beautiful forehand. The slice there from Noor Kafaji was a touch of class. Fatih now will be thinking exactly she has to do to try and get those big points against Noor again on the stretch. This time, fraction too late. But the elasticity on display here from Noor Kafaji is quite outrageous to see. Quickness at which she gets there. Malak Fatih a lot better in terms of controlling the tee, asking the questions. Lovely backhand there. And Noor does play that aggressive brand where she keeps moving on that court. A couple of points did go against her in the previous game because of that. Just to make sure that she toes the line. With a delicate backhand, Malak now gets there first and forced error. Having gotten there, she'll be disappointed. This is where it's critical that Malak Fatih does not allow Noor to build steam here. Saw that in the opening game. Once Noor had that sizable lead, put on the pedal and finished it off emphatically. And there from Noor Kafaji was well placed. Now, whether or not Malak Fatih had enough room to go around her, tricky one, but the point will stand for Noor. This is a clinic that Noor Kafaji is putting on here. Forced terror on the backhand. This is where Malak Fatih will have to keep that pressure going. Back-to-back points will go a long way for world number 26. Unforced error. There's your back-to-back points. Malak Fatih back in the game. She's having to exert a lot of mental energy in terms of to drag herself back into these games. She's at level pegging. It's critical that she tries to establish a bit of a lead here. And that backhand from Kafaji, the cleanest of strikes. I think the placement on it was good enough. Again, those are damaging points really from Fatih's point of view. You think you're in control and then Kafaji just pulls out a backhand like that. This time I think it was Fatih who made that movement into Noor. Quick catch there from the official. Backhand there from Kafaji. Lovely drop shot, outrageous pickup there from Kafaji. She's gonna have to cover. She gets there, and that's the conversation she's having with her. Having gotten there, to miss from there would be troubling for her. But we're level at 4 all. Swift action here at the Gymkhana in Mumbai. Sports Racket Federation of India. There's a chance. Seeing a lot of these very good rallies ending prematurely. These two have played against each other on so many occasions. They almost know each other's movements, expecting what's going to happen. at full stretch. No controlling the tee here. Continues to mix up her game as Malak Fatih controlling her length deep in the court. Ooh, she plays it far too late then. By the time it was late indeed, and now Noor Kafiji gets her nose in front. Dangerous territory here for Malak Fatih. Critical point coming up here. Well, Noor has stood her ground. Does not move too much. Just turns away. So it's very much ethical play from Noor Kafiji. Concurs, saying that nothing she could have done about that. Noor has made the double bluff there. She's gone one way and then moves the other. She's trying to go around Malak Fatih on that occasion. It's been slightly hard done by, but it's the way the game rolls here, as it's critical that she tries and pulls her way back here. Can't allow Noor Kafiji to open up a commanding and sizable lead. Full stretch, outstanding play. He takes the scenic route around Malak Fatih, but gets there well in time. Ooh, there's another collision there. Ken Malak stands her ground. She understands that nothing was done wrong there. Look, she hits it and she makes a slight movement into Noor. Maybe a favorable call there for Malak Fatih, but she'll absolutely take it. That's the lead down to a point. Movement remains unpredictable on the court. Both players just fighting for control of the tee here. You can see they're just not budging. They're not relenting. This is turning into a physical squash now. Neither player wanting to yield that tee area. And it's all about trying to gain control. Mukafiji still has not just a 2-game advantage, but a 2-point advantage here now. Looking to close it out in straight games. Karimidori Kawa and Tanvi Khanna will play one of the semi-finals tomorrow, Japan versus India. And it could very easily be an all-Egyptian affair tomorrow, as that's a collision that we were pretty much expecting, weren't it? From the start of game number 3, you just knew that these two tremendous athletes, they are not yielding here. Full stretch there from Noor. I mean, that was an outrageous get from her. Look at this. Full stretch, every sinew in play. And there's nothing that Noor can do, because all she can do is get back onto her feet. Malak Fatih trying to get the ball has made collision. It's a big moment in this match. Whether or not Noor can carry on, we can only hope. Malak Fatih watches along in concern. Noor Kafiji is limping off. She's going to have to take her time and make sure that she's okay to continue. This is a massive moment in this match. Noor Kafiji was in a dominant position, finding herself dealing with an injury. Malak Fatih is still looking to just stay warm and focused. It was an inadvertent clash because Noor Kafiji was at full stretch. Tried to get back onto her feet, and that's when the collision happened. Now, last thing we want to do is speculate. You can only hope that Noor Kafji take her time and get back onto the court here, because there's a quarterfinal to finish, and she's 4 points away from booking her spot in the semi-finals. It was absolutely fantastic to see Noor Kafaji back on her feet, back in the court, continuing the quarterfinals rather. She is a warrior. That warrior spirit on full display here. A job to do. Know the pain threshold of these athletes. Very high point here. Malak Fati. Can she look to capitalize here? Is there a chink in the armor or Noor Kafaji? Enough of a push in here to finish this game off. Great rally after the stoppage. Whips that backhand. The fight for the D continues. There you see, Kafaji immediately makes her way. Fati now control herself. This is an outrageous rally, really, and the drop shot is exquisite. Malak Fati with the incredible drop shot in the clutch moment. What a rally soon after the stoppage. That's 7-all here. Malak Fati sense of an opening here. The backhand was good. Drop shot now. He was convinced. So we have to quickly move on here. See whether or not the score has been changed based on we've heard there from the referee's box that it's 8-all. Malak Fati not letting this one go here. She took the second game to the distance. It's the first game where she took far too long to try and acclimatize Moore's length and shot selection. Looks like if it's just started now, the change would happen, and that backhand is a thing of beauty. Terrific stuff there from Malak Fati, and she was just powerless to pick that up. The Noor Kafaji backhand executed to perfection. She's moving well on the court, and her shot selection remains elite. Signs here from Malak Fati. Malak now controls the tee, and she's not letting go. Noor looking to go runs right through her. About the physical brand of squash. Both these athletes like to partake it. They're taking her time to pretty much understand the style, and now she's pushing Noor Kafaji to the limit. Winning in Jaipur and now looking to make Mumbai her new hunting ground. Wonderful pickup there from Kafaji. Covered every inch of that court. Malak controls. Oh, the forehand is brilliant. The pickup is even better. The forehand winner with the drop shot is sensational. Noor Kafaji, take a bow. That was an incredible point. Malak Fati trying everything in her power. Ultimately powerless to stop it as Noor Kafaji has got 2 match points. Trying to stay in it, pick up with the backhand. She's controlling this one, Noor. She's picking her spots, looking for a finish, and she finishes it in style. And she does it in 3 straight games. Noor Kafaji with a clinical performance. Malak Fati eventually falls to her countrywoman 11-1, 11-9, 11-8 your winner. It's Noor Kafaji who will play the semi-finals tomorrow. And a performance to remember. She had to battle a bit of an injury in that third game, but she came out like a true champion and closed the deal in straight games. Noor Kafaji, your semi-finalist of the HCL Squash PSA Challenger Tour Mumbai. Yeah, before the start of the penultimate quarterfinals, we've got Vansh Chawla on the sidelines with the winner Noor Kafaji. Vansh, take it away.
Well, I've got Noor Khafagi here with me from Egypt. She's just won her quarter-final match and now she's into the semis of this HCL Squash PSA Challenger Tour Mumbai. You might be pretty happy with your performance, a dominant straight game victory.
Yeah, thank you so much. Obviously, it's a very tough match. I'm playing an Egyptian. She's my friend. We've been playing together since we were young. So I knew coming here to the match, it was going to be tough, a tough match. But yeah, I'm really happy with my performance today.
You mentioned you've been playing with her since long time. Was it an advantage for you or was it like an equally balanced match because even she knows your strengths?
I wouldn't say it's an advantage. Obviously, Malak is a really tough player, but it's good that I know how she plays. It's good that I know the plan, and I'm not really expecting anything new. But yeah, I like her obviously as a friend, as a player. But yeah, I really enjoy our matches together all the time.
Well, talking about the tournament in general as well, this is a 15K tournament. Very few of them happen in India. And also, you have a chance to improve your world rankings as well. So how crucial is this tournament in your professional career as well?
Well, obviously, it's still a 15K. It's not that big of a tournament, obviously. But somehow this tournament has a really big amount of good players, especially in the women. Obviously, the men, a lot of men withdraw, but in our draw, it didn't change. There's a lot of Egyptians, a lot of also Indian, very good Indian players, and from all over the world, honestly. But yeah, obviously the competition, every match is very tough. I played an Indian yesterday. She's incredibly good. So yeah, it's always a new experience coming here in India and seeing everyone, because not everyone from like around the world can travel to India and compete here. So yeah.
I hope you're enjoying your time in India as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was Noor here with me. All the best for semi-finals tomorrow as well. Over to live action. Over to Suraj.
There you have it, Noor Kafaji, who talked about playing against her long-term rival and friend, Malak Fateh, and a straight game victory means that Noor Kafaji will play the semi-finals tomorrow. India versus Egypt here as Velavan Senthil Kumar, the number 1 seed, up against Abdullah Hafiz, the number 4 seed. Kumar, of course, is at world ranking number 39 in the world last year in March. Get the gold in the World Cup in the mixed teams. Kumar, no stranger to the big prizes, always has a target on his back as he comes into these HCL Squash PSA Challenger tours as one of the top seeds. By the looks of it, Yasin Shodhi, who booked his spot in the semis tomorrow, will be playing the winner of this contest. Will it be an all-Egyptian affair, or will it be number 1 versus number 2 seed? The other side of the bracket, Mohammad Siafiq Kamal from Malaysia, Riyad Ibrahim from Egypt will go head-to-head in the other side. So very interesting to see how this tournament shapes up as the quarter-final day winds down here. An ultimate game, number 1 and the number 4 seed, as Abdullah Hafiz will have his hands full against Kumar in black. Is a really good ranking for number 28-year-old from Salem, Tamil Nadu. I'd love to play that World Cup in Chennai in front of his home crowd, picking up the gold in the mixed team. Go to university in Columbia and New York, where his fine-tuning of the sport just went up a notch, and he got a terrific player there, and his ability to just improve through the ranks. And that's a clever looking shot there from Abdullah Hafiz. And the inside out approach from the cheap. Hafiz, well traveled and experienced as relevant Senthil Kumar, 21 years of age from Cairo, PSA ranking of 116. Unpredictability makes it very difficult. Relevant Senthil Kumar has played against some top players over the time, especially from the country of Egypt. Now, Kafiji was talking about how the women's draw, top players showing up here despite being a 15,000 tournament. It shows you that women are definitely taking the Indian legs very seriously in terms of improving their rankings. Separate the two so far. Trying to just each other's length, make sure that the errors are cut to a minimum. Big point after a terrific rally. Those kinds of points can get a bit of that mental advantage, that mental edge on your opponent. Hafiz in front here. Hafiz is a tricky opponent for Kumar here. Of his style, he likes to knock him down that court as much as possible. Tries to end points as swiftly as he can. Kumar just exercising patience, forcing the error, leveling things up. Levin makes contact with the glass, but still managing to put that back into play. So now just struggling to press the relevant on that occasion. And looking to pick his spot. Brilliantly done. Great get this from Hafiz. The slice is exquisite and the forehand is brilliant. What a pickup that is from Hafiz. Incredible defense on display. Oh, good pickup there. Big shot. What a rally this is. If this is anything to go by, this is going to be an epic encounter that will go the distance. Both athletes matching each other shot for shot, and that was a phenomenal rally. That first game, and already we've seen incredible rallies. Great pick up there from Senthil Kumar. He catches him wrong footed there. That's a brilliant point there for Senthil Kumar. And he wins. Big point out for a lengthy rally. the most rallies that you see here. Early stage already, and the player yielding an inch. Control of the tee is paramount for both these athletes. Managed to slow down the pace. Another lengthy rally that goes in favor this time of Senthil Kumar. Number one seed with a 2 point advantage. Really is massive considering how close these two have been in terms of the rallies. Very little to separate the two. Oh, brilliant there from Senthil Kumar. The forehand works. Hafiz is hot on his heels, having to just really late. Very good period this for relevant Senthil Kumar, up 6-3. And in the early battle with very little to separate the two, just pulled clear with a 3 point advantage. Relevant will know that if he does get past Abdullah Hafiz, he's got Yasin Shodi at the other end. I want to try and finish this off as quickly as possible, but Abdullah Hafiz is not going to allow him to do that, making no mistake about it. He wants the all Egyptian affair tomorrow in the men's semi final. Relevant 2 point advantage. Good return there by Abdullah Hafiz. And very quickly. Hafiz wouldn't have minded this first game too much, even if he drops it from here. Taking a couple of good shots from Senthil Kumar, and he is very much looked at home. Take the number 4 seed again to just adjust. One is not done by any stretch of the imagination, even with good defense. Power, and he smacks that backhand. He's controlling this point. Abdullah with some defense of his own. Great change of direction. Relevant stays right at the tee. Good point there for the number one seed. With the advantage, 3 away. Kumar will wrap up the first game. Making contact with the Indian on that occasion. Great forehand there from Senthil Kumar. Squeezing the points somehow, but not for too long. As Belavan Senthil Kumar has got 3 game points. And looks to finish it off, but he knows that Abdullah Hafiz will in the very end. Abdullah's done is made sure that he's lost his first game by a big margin, so his confidence won't be shaken up. But Belavan Senthil Kumar is being pushed to the limit. Hafiz, what have he got in store for us? And playing for most of this game. Didn't want to try and level things up. Belavan looking to close it out. Here. Puts it on the story. Brilliant rally. There's the pickup is good enough by the looks of it, and the drop shot is excellent. Cannot get the job done by that one. It was a real struggle. Abdullah Hafiz with an incredible drop shot under pressure. Level things at 10-all. Right from the opening 3 or 4 points that this was not going to be straightforward for the number 1 seed. Pick up there from Hafiz. Well there from Belavan Senthil Kumar, and Abdullah Hafiz has turned this around in stunning fashion. He now has game point. Down. And he hammers that forehand, but it's a huge let off there. You can see from his reaction that is a let off for the number 1 seed. 11-all, but could have ended right there. Class here. Just waiting, just exercising patience. Who blinks first? Pick up there from Senthil Kumar. Inside out. Oh, what a pickup that is from Hafiz. So innovative on the court with so little time, and he hammers the forehand winner. Oh, what a shot, Abdullah Hafiz. Magnificent rally capped with the most powerful of forehands. Hafiz now has game point. He has turned this around in sensational fashion. Forced error again by Hafiz with the game point. That's happened on 2 occasions. He was supposed to close the game out, but 2 unforced errors. Senthil Kumar alive. That's a forehand from Senthil Kumar to forget. Put in the rear view mirror, because Abdullah Hafiz has got yet another game point. Is it going to be 3rd time lucky for the Egyptian? Forced error again from Hafiz. That's the 3rd time he's let Senthil Kumar off the hook here. And all have come from unforced errors. He's staying alive, but he's hanging by a thread too. Oh, what a shot! Senthil Kumar in the clutch pulls out an outrageous winner. That was textbook stuff. Relevant Senthil Kumar, who's got game point himself at 14-13. What a topsy-turvy first game this has been. With all the ingredients of going not just the distance, but maybe even to overtime too. Both players almost emptying the tank here. Hafiz is back and crashes against the board as Relevant Senthil Kumar takes the first game 13-15. Wow, Senthil Kumar having to work tremendously hard, but his back was against the wall on a couple of occasions. Hafiz had 3 game points which he threw away. And relevant Senthil Kumar closes the game out in the end. Quite remarkable first game to wind up the quarterfinals of the men's category of the HCL Squash PSA Challenger Tour in Mumbai. The authority of India. That has been just a terrific watch. Elvin will know that he had to go through, he had to dig deep to win that game. Abdullah Hafiz will have thought that there were a couple of missed opportunities, 3 game points in deuce. All 3 unforced errors meant that the door was left open for Senthil Kumar. He just snuck through right towards the end. 15:30 for the number 1 seed. The first game was an absolute movie. Abdullah Hafiz and Belavan Senthil Kumar, the two protagonists, putting on the most incredible of games. Had us on the edge of our seats. First point to the last. Number 1 seed with the lead. First at the start of the second. Bluff, and Hafiz has to recover. He gets there somehow. Look at the court coverage. It is outrageous from Hafiz. How is he still in this point? Oh my goodness me. That was the most explosive athleticism that you'll see in the game here. Up there, Hafiz deserves that point, man. I think relevant Senthil Kumar will end up with the point, but this defense from Abdullah Hafiz just defies logic. Wild stuff there, but Senthil Kumar just shows you that he's the one controlling the tempo, the narrative. Pick up there from Senthil Kumar, the bluff works. Goes one way and he puts it in the other. Green disguise there from relevant Senthil Kumar. That's the experience on display. Be careful here. It's some really good squash, but nothing if the points keep going the Indians' way. It goes out the good point. Kumar looking to control the length here, but the one caught deep in the court. Yeah, Hafiz is holding that right now. And it's Mao with that good backhand. Good direction. Down and Abdullah Hafiz on that occasion. That's another big point. Abdullah Hafiz back-to-back points for the Egyptian. Who knows? As long as he stays within touching distance, there's a chance there as Senthil Kumar in that drop shot of real perfection. Direction, both players on the full. Abdullah Hafiz is just completely negating the bounce. Being exercised by both, but expect the tempo to change at the drop of the hat here, and it's a good backhand. And now he looks to pick that up. Hafiz looks to finish the point. Senthil Kumar with really good defense. Somehow stays in the point, but not for too long. Abdullah Hafiz draws level. You don't want to get into a slugfest with the Egyptian here. He's very much capable of out hitting you. Kumar tried to use a bit of disguise to his advantage. Kumar plays that a bit late. Relevant. Oh, it's brilliant from the number one seed. Abdullah Hafiz at full stretch can't get there. This is a crucial point in the match here because Senthil Kumar has opened up a 2-point advantage. First game being stretched to his limit. Abdullah Hafiz, one thing's for sure, he is not going to give up. He's going to fight till the very end. However bitter that might turn out to be, he's going to push you to your limits. Great get there from Senthil Kumar. Huge's defense, and Abdullah Hafiz trying to figure out what's needed here to try and counter the defense of relevant. Senthil Kumar is playing out of his skin here. And Abdullah Hafiz, can't say he's done too much wrong in this game. Himself in a precarious position. Quick pick up that from Senthil Kumar. Drop. Oh, outstanding play. Who's going to blink first? Senthil Kumar just picked it up. Now looking to control the tee. Flourishing forehand there from relevant Senthil Kumar. Again, textbook stuff from the number one seed. Perfect position, and he just whips it. Abdullah Hafiz trying his very best to get there. Senthil Kumar with a 5-point lead. 3 points away from a 2-0 advantage. Thoroughly entertaining quarterfinals. And we're just getting started. The HCL Squash PSA Challenger Tour Mumbai. Tomorrow's semi-final action. Really excited thinking about it, but we've still got a couple more quarterfinals to wrap up the day here as Abdullah Hafiz stood his ground. He's asked relevant Senthil Kumar to go around him. Relevant looks to go through him. Hammers the backhand. Took the spot, and it's a clever slice. Senthil Kumar in total control here. Created the power and the defense of the Egyptian, and now he's just flexing his muscles out here. Commanding performance amidst a lot of chaos. Oh, that's an unforced error from the Egyptian, and Senthil Kumar has got 7 game points. with the 2-0 advantage in this quarterfinal. I think with Delvin Senthil Kumar is he's just completely unfazed at all times. The man has gone through some wars and battles. Saw him pick up the gold in the World Cup in 2025 in category. Senthil Kumar, Abhay Singh, all juggernauts in the Indian squash game. Bringing in this. And definitely Senthil Kumar having to get that. His defense is just on another planet here. Kumar taking every sinew. Holding the point up is a little bit late. He's whip on it, but he can't keep it in play, and it's relevant. Senthil Kumar who marches into a 2-0 advantage. Where with the first game that went the distance, this one a lot more precise, a lot more clinical from the number one seed. 2-0 up, Abdullah Hafiz needs to pull the next two games back to keep his tournament hopes alive. Relevant Senthil Kumar, a game and 11 points away from securing a semi-final berth. Courageous defense there from Abdullah Hafiz, but even he is powerless. And he's brought to his haunches here by Belivan Senthil Kumar. It's just been a cut above, man. And the shot selection is excellent. Uses the sidewall to his advantage. Abdullah Hafiz will need to be on the guard here. So that Senthil Kumar doesn't race away. Up there from Senthil Kumar, but doesn't have a purchase on it. Serving at 2-3. Half is always an entertainer when he's on the court. His defensive gets are just jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring. That drop shot from Senthil Kumar just showcases just the sheer class. There's no right to dig that out so perfectly. Abdullah Hafiz would have been caught totally off guard with it. In the direction, Senthil Kumar stands his ground and gets the reward. Closer and closer he gets to booking his spot in the semi-final tomorrow. And Belivan Senthil Kumar versus Yasin Shodhi, by the looks of it, the semi-finals would be pure cinema. The two left-handers would go head-to-head, would just dazzle the mind. And every squash fan, I implore you, to tune into that potential semi-final. Abdullah Hafiz is struggling to find solutions here. Senthil Kumar is marching along. In his direction. That's very clever. Hafiz knows he's not getting there. Closes the backhand, the face of it perfectly. Senthil Kumar in total control now. The first game feels like the anomaly because that went more than the distance. Abdullah Hafiz must be wondering a lot of what ifs here because he had 3 game points, 3 different deuces in that first game. 3 unforced errors meant that he left the door open for Senthil Kumar, and since then the number 1 seed not look back. There's a chance there, the unforced error and the frustration clear as day on the Egyptian. Let's have a look at this forehand here. Pickup from Senthil Kumar was excellent, but the point, yep, has gone to Abdullah Hafiz. This forehand was just over the tin. Abdullah Hafiz, a mobile force at the tee. Senthil Kumar rips that backhand. Abdullah Hafiz trying his best to get there. No luck. Senthil Kumar closer and closer. Had to weather a bit of adversity. Do not let the scoreline fool you because Abdullah Hafiz has certainly made Senthil Kumar work tremendously hard for his points. Senthil Kumar has been on a roll here and is just looking unstoppable now. Senthil Kumar, 2 points away now. To apply the finishing touches, the unforced error from Abdullah Hafiz's racket means that relevant Senthil Kumar, the number 1 seed from India, has got 7 match points to book his spot in the semi-finals against Yasin Shodhi. Abdullah Hafiz makes the way into relevant Senthil Kumar. That's a bit of an anticlimactic way to end a fantastic game. That's the number one seed that comes through unscathed. Abdullah Hafiz, who played some excellent squash in this match, ultimately powerless to stop the number one seed. Congratulations to relevant Senthil Kumar. He takes the quarterfinals 15-13, 11-4, 11-3. Commiserations to Abdullah Hafiz, whose tournament ends in the quarterfinal stage. He continues to be one of the entertainers of the HCL Squash PSA Challenger Tour. But it's relevant Senthil Kumar who will take part in the semi-final tomorrow for that blockbuster clash against Yasin Sholi. Well, 7 quarterfinals in the bag. We've got one more to go to close out quarterfinals day of the HCL Squash PSA Challenger Tour in Mumbai. And a huge thank you to the Squash Racket Federation of India and the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports in India, and all the sponsors attached with the HCL Squash PSA Challenger Tour, as the final quarterfinal will be between Risa Sugimoto from Japan and Farida Walid, number 2 seed from Egypt. Well, we're back underway at the HCL Squash PSA Challenger Tour Mumbai. The last of the quarterfinals taking place right here, right now, as Risa Sugimoto from Japan takes on the number 2 seed from Egypt, Farida Walid. Well, if Walid wins, we're going to get one all-Egyptian semi-finals, as Noor Khafji got the job done against Malak Fatih in straight games. If Risa Sugimoto manages to get past the number 2 seed, we'll have two representations in Japan in the women's semi-final, as Hirokari Midorikawa already booked her spot after a dominant 3-0 victory against Amina Riaz, as we're off and running the last edition of the quarterfinals of the Mumbai leg, the HCL Squash PSA Challenger Tour. And this has all the makings of a very interesting semi-finals. Sugimoto has looked very good throughout this tournament. Got to play some of her best squash against the number 2 seed, Farida Walid. Her aggressive style and her ability to control the length makes her a dangerous proposition. Sugimoto will know that you have to try and play at her very best here. And what Farida Walid does really well, control that she exudes on the court. She hit it anywhere she wants, and she nails that forehand. A comfortable start this for the Egyptian number 2 seed. She looks pretty unstoppable at this moment, and Risa Sugimoto really struggling to stem the flow here. Critical that she tries and finds some sort of a response. Sugimoto's just struggling to find her range and length here. She's playing the chasing game and finding no success. Farida Walid almost in flow state here. She's just been supreme touch. Well, as the quarterfinal goes along, we do have Balavan Senthil Kumar in the sidelines, as we've got my colleague Vansh Chawla. He's got the semi-finalist, the number 1 seed from India.
Well, I've got Velavan Senthil Kumar from India here with me. He proceeds into the semi-finals of this HCL Squash PSA Challenger Tour Mumbai. You might be pretty happy with the performance because Abdullah Hafiz can get tricky at some times.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's been playing well. He's a big guy, but moves quite well. He's a clean player and has got some pretty good finishing skills. So, today I just had to be super sharp and, cut down the angles and just keep it really tight. And I'm really happy to win in 3.
Talk us about the intensity that he brought to the game, because he took a lot in that first game. And how important was that first game? Because he had a couple of game balls and then you came back well. So how important was the first game in particular?
I think the first game was very crucial because, I knew I had to get the lead to kind of mentally be stronger in the second game. So, I was just really fighting to get the first game, and I'm happy that it went my way.
There are a lot of talented players on this tour. How crucial is this tournament for you in your professional career?
For sure, it's an important event. There are a lot of young guys who are playing really well. Yasin Shaudi and a couple of them playing really well this event. So I'm really happy to be playing against them and having the opportunity to showcase my skills as well. So really happy with this week.
You play Yasin tomorrow. Any expectations, or are you just going to do what you've been doing?
Pretty much the same what I've been doing, just focusing on my squash, my quality and my movement, just that.
Well, it's a treat to watch you on court. Congratulations for today and all the best for tomorrow as well.
Thank you so much.
Well, that was Velavan Senthil Kumar. Back to live action on court 1.
Well, that was Velavan Senthil Kumar with a very measured interview with my colleague Vansh Chawla. Looking very relaxed there as he's set for semi-final action against Yasin Shaudi tomorrow, and that is going to be an absolutely blockbuster of a clash. Cannot wait for semi-finals action today, as Risa Sugimoto has showcased a bit of fight here right towards the end of the first game. A rallying cry as Farida Walid just hammers that forehand as she takes the first game quite comfortably. The number 2 seed, 11-5. Farida Walid looks to make it an all-Egyptian semi-final tomorrow against Noor Kafaji. Farida Walid looking very comfortable out there in court number 1. Well, 3 out of the 4 semi-finalists have been confirmed today. Farida Walid to make it an all-Egyptian semi-final tomorrow against Noor Kafaji. Risa Sugimoto looking to add another entrance from Japan in the women's semi-finals after Akari Midori Kawa is going to be facing Tanvi Khanna tomorrow in the first women's semi-final. Risa Sugimoto starts the first game with a good point. Second game, rather, with a good first point. Critical that she controls the length and the tempo a little better in the second game. Had to play a lot of reactive squash, and that's something that coach and advisor would have told her to just try and cut out and be on that front foot a little bit more. Easier said than done against the number 2 seed. Good point there from Sugimoto. Very good forehand. And Farida Walid gets the rub of the green on that occasion, as it looked like the impediment has come from the Japanese international. Farida's just shaking off the cobwebs of the early stages of game number 2. Only to bring back another element of control as that forehand winner. Perfectly placed, typical Farida Walid style. Barely looked like she's extending herself out here as she continues to rack up the points. Ooh, the backhand crashes into the board on that occasion. Unforced error from the racket of Sugimoto. Will lead now with a 3-point advantage. All going according to plan for her here. Not having to overextend herself would be one way to prepare against that semi-finals against Noor Kafaji tomorrow if she can get the job done. Sugimoto is not done yet in terms of her resistance. With a nice backhand, but forced to backpedal. Scoops it in the air, having to really chase after this one. Great fight shown this by Sugimoto. Walid hammers the forehand. Brilliant end to the rally. Could be a crushing blow this for Isa Sugimoto. He's just oozing class out here, and the winners keep getting more and more emphatic. It's like a long, long evening here for Sugimoto. Struggling to get a foothold in this contest. Sugimoto had the first 2 points, and since then it's been all the Egyptian. I think that's 8 in a row, and she cannot stop the flow here. This is just brilliant squash from Farida Walid. Sugimoto is showing a bit of defense, a bit of heart, but it's not enough. As Walid now 2 points away from wrapping up the second game. brilliant point there from Sugimoto. Really showcasing a bit of her skills and finally breaks that barrage of points that Farida Walid was accumulating. Still stays in it. She'll know that she's got a real mountain to climb here. Sugimoto needs to try and force a few errors off Farida Walid defense if she can. Good forehand there from Sugimoto. Flattens it out. No chance for Walid on the defense. Sugimoto continues to show a bit of life in each game. That's exactly what you want to see in a quarterfinal. It's a cross shot this from Farida Walid, but doesn't have the elevation. Sugimoto matches her efforts off game number 1. The overhit on that occasion and the momentum back in Walid's corner. Walid will look to just add the finishing touches to what has been a dominant performance. Smashes the forehand. Sugimoto stays alive, but the court tries to fetch. He's there from Walid. Sugimoto staying brilliantly in the point, but unfortunately for her, cannot complete it, and it's another convincing victory for Farida Walid. Back-to-back games where she's put relentless pressure on the Japanese international. And Farida Walid now a game away from booking her semi-final spot against Noor Kafaji in the semi-finals tomorrow. There's just been a complete performance from the number 2 seed. Hardly threatened, and the points that Sugimoto has managed has not really unfazed Farida Walid at any point. It's a complete performance so far. Very cool on the court, and he's playing some top level stuff, and rightfully so. 11 points away from spot in the finals, semi-finals rather. Well, 11-5, 11-5 the scoreline as Farid lead, number 2 seed from Egypt. We look to close out the quarterfinals in straight games here. I've seen that in the women's quarterfinals. 3 of the 4 ending in straight games. Assuming this one ends in straight as well, because we did see a 4-game clash between Zoe Fu and Tanvi Khanna, ending up getting the job done in 4. And from the top 4 seeds, Mukafaji, the number 4 seed, qualified. Number 3 seed Tanvi Khanna booking her spot. Number 1 seed Hayley Ward missing after Shamina Riaz's massive upset on the number 1 seed. And it looks like the number 2 seed Farida Walid will join what looks like an elite lineup for the semi-finals tomorrow. Sugimoto still having a bit of fight left in her, but almost just feels inevitable the way Farida Walid has played here today. Would really back this from Sugimoto. Managing to find herself level here against Walid. And getting her nose in front. First time really in a long, long time She's afforded this luxury. Can she just manage to stay in front though? It just continues to remain a picture of concentration and confidence. And that drop shot is just a thing of beauty there from Farida Walid. Perfectly placed, and those kind of shots, as an opponent, sometimes you're just going to have to say fair play. Back-to-back points for Walid means that the lead did not last too long for Risa Sugimoto. Walid looking to add the finishing touches to a comprehensive performance here. Nukafuji is probably already watching tapes on Farida Walid. I'm sure those two have played each other on numerous occasions over the years. Talent from Egypt remains absolutely astonishing. Not just taken to the sport, but they're wanting to really dominate it. It's not just filtering through at the top end. Egypt are producing some gems in the corner of Cairo. Sugimoto continues to rack up at least 5 points against the 2 seed. Can she go one better this time? It's been a total blowout, which is a good thing from a quarterfinals perspective. Sugimoto, having worked really hard to get to this stage, would have known that she would have had her work cut out here against the 2 seed. I think it's knowing about that, but when you take the court against them, play a few points, you start to realize, ooh, there's a level here. Top rally this. Moto growing into the game a lot more. Typical that she doesn't let this one go here, but the forehand from Walid is just so easy, so nonchalant. Solved all that pressure to finish it off with ease. And now, 3 points away. Slice there, Sugimoto chasing, can't put that in play, and now Farida Walid has got 5 match points. The domination has been very much evident since point number 1. Sugimoto looks to drop that, and she just about manages to do so. Has managed to better her tally from the previous 2 games. Still facing a mountain to climb here. Walid looking to finish it off right here, right now. This could be it, and it is. Farida Walid in straight games books her spot in the semi-finals of the HCL Squash PSA Challenger Tour Mumbai. Commiserations to Risa Sugimoto. Her tournament ends in the quarterfinal stage. A brave fight against the number 2 seed, who just put on an absolute masterclass there, and she's booked an all-Egyptian semi-final tomorrow against Noor Kafaji. 11-6, 11-5, 11-5, 11-6. Here's your winner, Farida Walid. Well, there you have it, and that wraps up quarterfinal day at the HCL Squash PSA Challenger Tour Mumbai. We've seen 8 outstanding games, and now it boils down to the semi-finals tomorrow. Once again, a huge shout out to the Squash Rackets Federation of India, the Indian Squash Association, and the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports for their continued support for this wonderful tournament here. And now, the semi-final lineup is upon us. Well, in the men's category, we're going to see Mohammad Siafi Kamal from Malaysia taking on Ziad Ibrahim from Egypt. And then the other side, the men's bracket of the semi-finals, is going to be the number 1 seed taking on the number 2 seed. Yasin Shodi from Egypt taking on Velavan Senthil Kumar, the number 1 seed from India. And in the women's category, you'll see Akari Midori Kawa take on the Indian Tanvi Khanna. And in the second semi-final, it will be an all-Egyptian affair as Noor Kafaji, the number 4 seed, will take on Farida Walid, the number 2 seed from Egypt. But we do have the interview scheduled with Farida Walid very shortly. And in the meantime, this is me, Surat, signing off. I will see you guys tomorrow for semi-final action, coming to you live from the Juhu Gymkhana in Mumbai. And once again, the HCL Squash PSA Challenger Tour throws off yet another top day of high-level squash. This is me, Surat, signing off, and I'll see you guys tomorrow for the semi-finals. There you have it, all the results here, and we do have Farida Walid on the sideline.
Well, I've got Farida Walid from Egypt here with me. She proceeds into the semi-finals of this HCL Squash PSA Challenger Tour Mumbai. Many congratulations firstly. That was a dominant victory in 3 games. You must be really happy.
Yeah, I'm so glad I got in 3. Yeah, it was a tough match, but I managed to win, in short time.
What was the game plan coming into the match? What were some of the tactics that you had in your mind?
Actually, I had to stick to my plan, my basics, and take some volley, faster the pace. Yeah.
Well, you take on your countrywoman from Egypt in the semi-finals. Any expectations from that? Because you know her game well, right?
Yeah, Noor is my friend. I'm looking forward to our battle tomorrow. Hope it's really good.
A word on the tournament and how's it going for you in Mumbai? Are you liking it here?
Actually, I have a missing luggage. My bag didn't arrive yet. I think it's gonna arrive, tonight. I hope so. But it's, it's cool. I just want my luggage.
Well, I hope you get your luggage in time, and many congratulations on the victory today, and all the best for the semi-finals tomorrow as well.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, that was Farida Walid here with me. Well, let's go through today's result. Here's whom we have for the semi-finals.
There you have it, Farida Walid going through some personal issues with not getting her luggage. Hopefully that arrives tonight and she can focus on her game tomorrow.
Well, there you go. The results: Ziad Ibrahim from Egypt winning against Om Semwal 3-2. Tanvi Khanna then defeated Zhou Fu at 2:15 p.m. 3-1 as well. Then next we had Tomotaka Endo getting defeated to Yasin Shodi 3-2 as well. Noor Khafagi from Egypt next defeated Malak Fati 3-2. Abdullah Hafiz then got defeated by Welvan Senthil Kumar, seeded number 1 on this tour. 3-2 was the result on that one as well. And then Farida Walid from Egypt defeating Riza Sugimoto from Japan 3-2. Well, this prestigious tournament is hosted in partnership with the Squash Rackets Federation of India, the SRFI, with some support from the Sports Authority of India and the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports. I also wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our partners, the JVPG Club, Maharashtra Squash Rackets Association, and Monkey Ice Portable Instant Ice Pack. You can watch all the action live on HCL Enterprise and India Squash's YouTube channel. Well, that was it from quarterfinals day. See you tomorrow for semi-finals.
There you have it, the semi-final lineup, all complete here. Mohammad Safi Kamal will take on Zahid Ibrahim in the men's semi-finals, and Yashid Sodi takes on Velavan Senthil Kumar And in the men's semi-finals, the women's semi-finals rather, it will be Akari Midorikawa taking on Tanvi Khanna, and an all-Egyptian women's semi-final between Noor Kafaji and Farida Walid. Join us for action tomorrow at the HCL Squash PSA Challenger Tour 2026 here in Mumbai. This is me, Surat, signing off, and I'll see you guys tomorrow for semis.